We may have some strong thunderstorms tonight. In the news, President Trump is hosting both Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelenskyy today at the White House. Now, Zelenskyy says anti-ballistic defense and strategic cooperation with the U.S. are the number one priority for his meeting with Trump. Former senior director at the National Security Council, Javed Ali, on the meeting with Netanyahu.
This may be an opportunity for President Trump to make sure that he and Prime Minister Netanyahu are on the same page, because we've seen over the past several months where the Israel and the United States have not been on the same page.
Both Netanyahu and Zelenskyy are in town to attend a memorial service for Senator Lindsey Graham. Expect LPR cameras to get the legislative treatment of the Tennessee General Assembly in the coming session. State Representative Jason Zachary of Knoxville confirming the Assembly will consider legislation that would regulate so-called flock cameras after Knox County Mayor Glenn Jacobs recorded a social media video.
When these cameras are deployed in large numbers, they create a network that can be used to track your movements. Currently, there is no federal regulatory framework governing these devices in place, and the Tennessee laws regulating them were written over a decade ago. My fear is that we may be inadvertently creating a warrantless mass surveillance system and undermining the privacy and liberty of our people.
Now, Jacob saying AI has turned the typical license plate readers into surveillance devices that can also keep track of your make and model, the dents on your car, even the bumper stickers. On market numbers report now brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
Stocks ended the day mixed as tech stocks saw some sell-offs, but oil prices started to tumble. The Dow gained 224 points. The S&P was nearly even. The Nasdaq dropped 43. Investor optimism over a pause in U.S.-Iran fighting sent oil prices down. A barrel of Brent crude dropped nearly 7% to $85 a barrel. That was enough to lift the Dow, but not enough to make up for tech losses. The biggest coming from Nvidia, which slumped nearly 5%, and Micron Technology, which lost 2%. There are concerns about financing and AI and worries about China advancing in the artificial intelligence race.
And market numbers right now, the futures, the Dow futures are up 170, but the Nasdaq futures are minus 222 right now. S&P futures are also minus 5 points. That's the latest news. Stick around for traffic next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. It is a nice quiet start to our Tuesday morning. No delays so far on 2465 or on 40. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.506, I'm here, 506, Nashville's Morning News on
Why
Super
the delay?
Talk 99.7 WTN. You know what? Why the delay, Joan? It's interesting you should ask, Joan.
He was staring at himself.
That is certainly not the case. No, you know what? I was channeling my inner Joe Biden.
Oh.
Because, the Biden tapes from the Her report, I guess, have been released. And so I've been going through the audio of Joe Biden, a very halting Joe Biden, but also very damning evidence, in my opinion, of Joe Biden and his keeping of classified information. So you want to go through just some of this?
Yeah.
So there's a lot of audio, and so now this was released last night. This is the audio. Just remember this. This was the audio where Joe Biden is talking to a ghostwriter, and this was before he decided to run for president. And he had all of this classified information in his garage. You remember this. He had classified information in his garage, in his den, I guess, in his office at UPenn, I think, the college. And so he's got he's vomiting classified information everywhere, apparently. And so the Her report, remember the Her report looked into all of this, and then they decided that they would not charge Joe Biden, even though they found ample evidence that would show that Joe Biden did have classified information. The reality is they said that he was, a doddering, bumbling old man, and it would be useless to file charges against him while he's the president of the United States, right? So, this is now, and so the big controversy was, okay, then let's hear the audio. Republicans have been saying, let's hear the audio of this, of the interviews that he was giving the ghostwriter, where he apparently admitted to having classified information. Well, now we have the actual audio tapes, and this is audio only. Unfortunately, it's audio only. But first of all, let's play this.
Roughly 70 hours of recordings of an interview he did with a ghostwriter in 2017 before he was president were released over Biden's objections.
The newly released audio shows that in 2017, when former President Biden was writing a memoir, he told his ghostwriter on several occasions that he had classified documents in his possession. Biden can be heard saying, "I just found all the classified stuff downstairs," in reference to volumes of notes Biden kept in his home. He also said, "Some of this may be classified, so be careful." Biden, who fought for years to keep these recordings private, would later publicly criticize President Trump for his handling of classified documents.
He sure did. So now we have that audio. So do you want to hear it, Joan? So this is Joe Biden.
Absolutely.
And he's, and by the way, there was also a lot of clearly confused, and maybe Sam can find it for me, but there's so much of it out there. But there is also moments where Joe Biden was clearly confused. But here's one of the most damning pieces of audio evidence of Joe Biden saying that, yes, he had the classified stuff downstairs, as in, I'm assuming, the garage and perhaps the den as well.
I just found all the classified stuff downstairs. I wrote the president a handwritten 40-page memorandum.
So, and that memorandum was regarding the war in Iraq. So he admits he's got the classified stuff downstairs. So here's the question that I would ask is, okay, so even if the classified stuff, and I'm air quoting that, even if it was inadvertently brought to his home in Delaware, knowing that he had it, one way or another, it was downstairs, and he fully acknowledges that the classified stuff was indeed downstairs. He knows that it's not only classified, but he's also sharing it with a writer. So we'll get over some of the possible violations from the Espionage Act coming up, because it's what a lot of people are saying he should be charged with. But again, he acknowledges this is classified stuff. He also says that some of the material might be classified, and he gives it to the writer anyway.
Some of this may be classified, so be careful with it. I'm not sure. It's not more classified, but...
So some of it might be classified, but here you go, guy who's writing a book, you might want to be careful with it. I mean, this looks pretty damning, and I do understand why it is that Biden was fighting the release of this audio. Here's one more. I don't know what this audio bite is, but this is Joe Biden.
And then next thing I have here is this is classified. It's all
so it's hard to tell because the audio is terrible, but he says it looks like this is classified as well. So now they're talking about violations of the Espionage Act. How old is Joe Biden? 109? Is that what he is? You think he ought to be charged, Joan, with violations of the Espionage Act? I believe that he should.
83.
83. Joe Biden is 83 years old.
It won't stand up, though. Remember,
because he's a doddering old man.
They had that whole thing about how he couldn't testify.
Yep. They say willful retention of national defense information by sources not authorized to have it, or failure to deliver it to the proper official. So we know by that audio, he literally says, this is classified information. So here you go. I just found it downstairs. So that means that he is clearly, willfully retaining this document. And it did have to do with national defense because it was about the war in, I believe it was about the war in Iraq. Penalties can include fines and imprisonment up to 10 years in relevant subsections. This does not require classic spying by a foreign power. It focuses on unauthorized possession or retention of national defense-related material. Here's another one. Unauthorized removal and retention of classified documents or material. This is a more specific misdemeanor felony provision aimed at government employees or contractors who remove classified items without authority. So, I mean, this is all over the place this morning. A lot of people talking about Joe Biden. There was. Did you find any? I know that again, it's like trying to find a needle in a haystack.
So, Victor Nava at the New York Post has kind of done it for us. He's hasn't posted the audio, but he's transcribed some of it. And one part of the interview with, how do you pronounce the ghostwriter's last name?
I don't know.
Swanitzer?
I think it's Wanitzer.
Wanitzer. Biden says, all right, what was I going to ask you? Something else. Oh gosh, I can't think of anything else. In another moment, Biden asks his ghostwriter to hang on a second while he apparently studies his notes. It's confusing me, the former president later says. So it's starting to see, like, the trend of his cognitive decline was years ago.
Yeah, before he even took office. I mean, that's also, so there's a number of different takeaways with this. Number one, he had classified information. He knew that he had classified information. He retained that classified information and he gave it to a writer. So that's number one, or number 1, 2, 3, and 4, whatever. But also you can tell that he is already at that point suffering from cognitive decline. This is from the Daily Mail. The Converse, well, let me check traffic real quick. It is 5:15. Time to check the roads on WTN.
No problems on 65, 24, or 40 so far this morning. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. Appreciate it. As far as your weather for today, it is 5:15 on Super Talk 99.7. Forecast partly cloudy today, hot and humid, high around 98. Heat advisory is in effect through tonight. We may have strong thunderstorms as well. Do we have a feels like temperature, Joan?
Could be as much as 109 today.
Could be as much as 109. All right, very good. Appreciate it, Joan. So this is what the Daily Mail, and by the way, there's also photos of the classified material. Is that in Joe Biden's basement next to the Corvette? Is that where it is? Or in his garage?
If I'm looking at it, I would not say it's next to a Corvette. There's some So in one shot, there's in the Delaware home where this open box, it's not even taped up correctly. The documents are just completely exposed to the air. Behind it is a wall of golf bags and golf supplies. And then some of the other, it's a very cluttered basement. Like there's a treadmill, there's a ladder, kind of like your standard American clutter. But these boxes are just open, lidless, tapeless. Out there, a cardboard box filled with file folders labeled with a 1 sitting on top of other boxes in cluttered garage, DOJ photo. So
Do you know what's so funny about this? In one part, Joan, I don't know about you, but I'm heartened by the fact that even a president of the United States, his garage is as much of a train wreck as mine. Do you know what I mean?
Yes, it does actually feel good. Yeah,
there is actually a little bit of relatability to that.
Yeah.
The biggest difference is I don't have a Corvette or classified documents. So there is that.
Yeah.
The conversations and Biden's recall issues at the time were on stark display. In one of the sit-downs, Biden struggled to speak at all for several minutes, and only after he was prompted by the ghostwriter, Mark Zwanitzer. It's got a Z in front of it. Is that Wanitzer, Joan, or Zwanitzer? You have any idea?
No, I don't actually.
He says, it strikes me that there were 3 big things going on, Wanitzer told Biden. After several painful moments passed, I think Iraq, Central America, and Ukraine seemed to be the things that were chewing up a lot of your time. Biden, in response, muttered quietly and struggled to string together complete or decipherable sentences. His first audible response detailed the discussion with Kevin McCarthy, who it looked like he was going to be speaker or the number 2 guy. Biden then launched into a lengthy diatribe about energy infrastructure, while Wanitzer listened on, at times chiming in with specific dates or details to ostensibly aid the struggling lawmaker. In other words, what's happening, and this reminds me, Joan, have you ever dealt with anybody who had Alzheimer's or dementia?
Not really direct, like not personally. Nobody in my family or anything like that.
So when my stepmom was struggling, right?
Yeah, right.
It was the same thing.
Yeah.
Where you could tell that she was struggling. You could tell that she was trying to remember something or someone. And this was before she had, truly gone dark, right? And it's very painful to talk about. But where you knew that the Alzheimer's was there, we didn't really talk about it. You know what I mean? It was just something that was unsaid, but you're talking to her and she would say, when we went to, and you knew where she was going and you wanted to help her, and you said, Las Vegas. When you and Dad and we all went to Las Vegas that time. And just kind of helping her along because you knew where she wanted to go. Well, that's what's happening here, where this writer, he's trying to give Biden prompts so that the writer can just get something usable for the book. And hoping that his prompts will trigger a memory because clearly Joe Biden's memory is faulting. And then he starts going on, they're talking, it looks like, about the Middle East and foreign policy. And then Biden starts talking about energy infrastructure, right? So it's like, no, man, we're talking about foreign policy. We're not talking about energy infrastructure. I would love to hear what this ghostwriter has to say about all of this, because, he's the guy that was, I don't know if he was interviewed by the special prosecutor, I don't remember his first name. What was his first name? Hur? H-U-R. I keep wanting to call him Ben, and I darn right well know it's not Ben-Hur. Do you remember, Joan, what Hur's first name is? Joan's gone. Okay.
No.
Whatever. I'll do this myself. Anyway.
Yeah, okay.
Robert.
Thank you. Robert Hur. I'm thinking like Ben-Hur. Clearly it's not Ben-Hur. Biden then launched into a lengthy diatribe about energy infrastructure. In another portion, Biden, prompted by Wanitzer about a previous subject they discussed, struggled to remember any of the details or subjects discussed in the earlier sit-down. He says, and that's when we heard the audio. The next thing that I have here is classified. Biden said at one point, some of this may be classified. Biden can be heard telling Wanitzer in another discussion. So again, it is clear that Joe Biden knew that he had the classified information. He warned the writer that it was indeed classified information. He did not turn in the classified information. He literally gave it to somebody who did not have the proper clearances. Biden said a few times, it is confusing. As Sam reported, it is confusing me, he said before an assistant steered the conversation back on track. So, yeah, this is just, clearly for Joe Biden, it looks bad. For the Democrats, it looks bad because, this is a guy who they ultimately decided was fit to be president of the United States. And we know that from this point on, Joe Biden went downhill. I don't know if I would say that he went downhill fast, but, he fooled all of the Democrats. But, we were talking about this, and I don't know what was going on, Joan, in Washington, D.C., but I know that when Biden was running for the presidency against Donald Trump, there were questions about his mental acuity, even at that time. And it got worse and worse and worse and worse. Super text line is open, 615-737-9986, 615-737-9986. And you're right. I don't know. I guess the question that I would have is, okay, so now that we have the audio tapes, is it worth trying to revisit whether or not we can bring any charges against Joe Biden? Again, the 2024 report, authored by special counsel Robert Hur, stirred controversy around Biden when he was questioned. The ex-president's diminished mental acuity and forgetfulness, leaving many to wonder what the attorney found in the tapes. So I don't know if they can somehow relitigate this whole thing and say, okay, well, now that we have the tapes, we can relitigate this or relook at it and maybe bring Joe Biden up on some sort of a charge. Is it even worth it? Maybe if I was going to do a Daily Dan poll on this, that would be the question. Is it even worth it at this point to try to bring up charges on Joe Biden at the age of 83?
So I found all of them. The Oversight Project has released them to a YouTube channel called the Oversight Project, and it has got all of the dates and times that these recordings took place. Because there's definitely a little over, I'd say about 3 hours.
Yeah, it's like 3 hours long. Are they chopped up into bites?
Yeah, they're chopped up into bites. There's a couple of short clips. There's one that's a couple that are close to an hour. But the interesting thing is that it's still heavily redacted.
Yes.
That part's not necessarily been broadcast super clear to people, is that this is heavily redacted tapes. This is what they're allowing us to listen to. And by the way,
to that point, the tapes are heavily redacted, which means that they should not have gone to a writer.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Do they have one where it's clear? I don't know how they're labeled. Do they have one where it's clear that Joe Biden is confused?
Actually, it's funny you bring that up because I was going through one of them, and I think I got right. He's talking about, he's in Munich in 2015 or 2016. Can't even remember the year.
Right.
And this is where it leads off.
But after Angela Merkel, president's working lunch with, hang on a second. It's confusing me.
Yeah.
Just admitting to being confused.
And you know what? This wouldn't be all that big of a deal if it was after his presidency.
Yeah.
But this is before
This is right after his vice presidency.
Mm-hmm.
And the really concerning part is he just met with a bunch of heads of state in this recollection, and he can't finish the recollection about meeting with some of the most important leaders in the world.
If I recall, there was a moment, maybe you can find it, where supposedly he was talking about some world leaders, and maybe he was talking about Angela Merkel, but he ended up bringing up like leaders from long ago. And it wasn't Angela Merkel. It was some leader from like 20, 30, 40 years ago there in Germany. And I think it may have been one of the leaders of France. I don't remember, but there were moments where he got his world leaders mixed up, and he started talking about world leaders that were long dead as in he had just spoken to them, a few years ago. So, then that's one of the things that old people will do. Again, I'll harken back to, my conversations with my stepmom, where she would say that, she had just spoken to, my dad. They were married for 15, 20 years, something like that. And she would say, I just, when I talked to your dad last year or Christmas last year, and it's like, well, Dad's been dead for like 20. You know what I mean? It's a very painful, it's a very painful thing. And, here's the other thing. This ghostwriter, when Joe Biden was running for president, this ghostwriter, clearly knowing that Biden was rapidly declining in mental acuity, didn't come out and say anything, even though all of this was on tape. It is 5:20.
He was being paid, Dan.
It's all about the money, Joan.
All about the money.
All right. Well,
Plus, if the guy you're writing a book on has a son who's a crackhead, should you really drop your guard around them?
Well, and here's the other thing. He may, and I want to be fair, he may very well have had a non-disclosure agreement. So there is that. And if there's one thing the Bidens have, it's access to attorneys and the DNC as well. So he probably didn't want to get involved in all that messiness. Anyway, 5:26. Joan's got the news coming up at 5:30. Joan.
Yeah, sad story about a teenager who was killed at a local YMCA camp. It's coming up at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning. It is 5:31. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories, and our forecast is calling for partly cloudy skies today. It'll be hot and humid with highs around 98 degrees. A heat advisory is in effect today, and watch it because tonight we may have some spotty thunderstorms, and if we do, they could be strong thunderstorms. A teenager attending an overnight YMCA camp in Antioch has been killed in an accident involving a tree. Metro police say 15-year-old Camden Callahan from Virginia was on a hike in the woods on Monday morning. Channel 4's Braden Ross picks it up from there.
Metro police say 2 camp counselors were leading the campers on a hike in the woods when they came across a fallen tree leaning against another tree.
You know, you're kids, so you don't think about anything dangerous happening. You're running around, you know what I mean?
The counselors said they warned campers not to touch it, but another 14-year-old camper, a friend of Callahan's, grabbed the tree, causing it to fall on the 15-year-old. Counselors and campers were able to lift it off of him, and he was rushed to the hospital where he died.
Metro police investigating the death as an accident. NES is apparently looking for a new chief operating officer. Brent Baker has apparently stepped down, and he's now in an advisory role. It's not clear if Baker is taking the fall for the disastrous winter storm response by NES. And Brian Kohberger, you know him as the man convicted of killing 4 Idaho college students, now says he wants to change his guilty pleas and go to trial.
The New York Times reporting that the former PhD criminology student now claims in a new interview with the paper that he was misled into confessing.
Are you pleading guilty because you are guilty?
Yes.
For nearly 3 years, the case gripped this country until weeks before the trial, Kohberger admitted to killing each victim to avoid the death penalty.
That's ABC's Kanya Whitworth. Legal experts say that the post-conviction petitions like that are rarely overturned. That's the latest news. We've got your traffic just ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Yeah, still looking really good on the roads this morning. Just some minor delays now as you're traveling on 24 westbound into Nashville. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.538, Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. Welcome on into Joan's World. It is the segment, one of my favorites, by the way, Joan. Just so you know, this segment has turned into, aside from the last segment of the day, which means I'm about to go home, this has actually become one of my favorite segments.
Oh, that's cool.
Where Joan picks the topics. I don't really know what they are, and we just start riffing on said topics. So what do you want to do first?
So we'll start with that first one because we've been talking about flock cameras and how the uproar that has been created by them recently. Well, this is a news story out of a town. It's Troy, New York. It's right near Albany, New York, which is the capital. Mm-hmm. And this news story aired. You can start it and we'll talk.
All right, here we go.
Yeah.
This is Dave. This is Dan Levy.
The mayor calls this an act of violence that was done by an unhinged individual. The vandals struck at 3 separate locations in the Collar City. Automated license plate reading cameras, ALPRs, also referred to as flock cameras, were destroyed sometime overnight at a time when these cameras have stirred up a great deal of controversy in the city.
So it looks like they took a hacksaw.
That would definitely be something like an air grinder or a sawzall because they had to be quick.
Yes.
So
they sliced those metal poles right down and left the cameras on the top of the poles laying on the ground.
I would say that is an act of violence.
I think it's vigilante justice.
Or vigilante justice certainly is another way to look at it.
Hold on, this leads to a greater question. Is it violence if it's an inanimate object with no feelings?
There's been a nationwide concern about flock cameras. Some people feel like they need to take matters into their own hands when their government is not. It's unfortunate.
Deirdre Shea is with the organization Deflock Troy, a group that has been involved in a concerted effort for there to be reasonable guidelines and oversight for the data collected by the cameras. If these cameras help police solve crimes, if they help them take bad people off the streets, you could argue that that's a good thing.
Absolutely, but there has to be balance, right? And right now that this technology is totally unrestricted and can be used without a warrant.
That's the big thing.
Yes.
She did it.
So
that is the big thing.
It was her.
I don't think it was her.
She was way too smooth about that.
You know what? She's very small and petite. I don't think it was her.
So the town council in Troy, New York, they voted, because they listened to the people, they voted to stop the flock contract over those privacy concerns that she was talking about. But the mayor of the town, and by the way, they ordered the funding withheld. So the mayor of the town decided she was going to take matters into her own hands, and she declared a public emergency so that they had to have the cameras. It gave her the legal authority to go ahead and keep the cameras.
That's crazy.
Yes.
That is abusive. And see, you know what, Joan? It's that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
It's why people are really side-eye about these stupid flock cameras.
Yes.
Or when eminent domain is being used.
Or
exactly.
You know what's so funny? I was sitting there I got a whole thing on flock cameras coming up, but you got data centers and you've got flock cameras. You know, it's like bipartisan hatred of both of these things, and this is what's happening with AI and technology. If you
extrapolate that out, I felt the same way about the COVID shot. They brought it on in this sketchy way. Do you remember how Kamala Harris was saying, I'm not going to take anything that man produces?
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, she's up there getting her COVID shot. Oh,
sure
yeah,
did.
this is a good thing. And they brought it on in such a sketchy way.
Well, they forced it on.
They forced it. And I feel like they're doing the same thing with the flock cameras. They're doing the same thing with data centers, right?
If you want to work and you want to feed your family and pay your mortgage, you've got to get an experimental vaccine.
So, not looking good for the mayor of Troy, New York, Carmela Mantello. She's a Republican, apparently. And she has been centrally involved in the city's deal and contract with flock safety cameras. And she automatically renewed the contract in early 2026 when the all-Democrat city council tried to block funding and defund the program over privacy concerns.
And again, this is like Republicans have civil liberties issues. Democrats probably are concerned with civil liberties, but we also know that Democrats, by and large, in my opinion,
it would disproportionately affect people of color, Dan.
Have those kinds of silly concerns. So I think
New York is filled with a bunch of nerds. That's the city where Rensselaer Polytechnic University is, and it's a polytechnic school.
Yeah,
where my son went to college. So it's a bunch of, and I mean like nerds. In that,
so they would probably hack the cameras first before they committed a crime.
Absolutely. I mean, I don't think those cameras stand a chance.
Someone's getting kickbacks.
Yeah.
All right, very good. So am I done with this?
You're done with that one.
Okay, so next.
There is a Wisconsin company, a brewing company, and they, unbelievably, there's no sound with this one attached, so you're just going to bring up the photo of it. But the guy who owns this company said that he wanted for Donald Trump to die. So he had this Minocqua Brewing Company posted this on, I guess it was on X, and it said, "Free beer all day long the day he dies. Show us this post when it happens in a few months, and we'll make good on that promise."
Wow.
Yeah. And then it says
these
update.
People are so crazy.
It says update. We meant the Madison Tap Room because that's open all year. If he dies in the summer, then it's going to be the Minocqua Tap Room. Like, oh, okay. Thanks for the clarification. So it said, well, we almost got free beer day. Either a brother or a sister in the resistance needs to work on their marksmanship, or he faked another assassination to get a positive news cycle. We'll never know. I guess this is after one of the attempts on his life.
The dinner.
Okay.
The guy rushed in.
So where is this place?
In Wisconsin.
Wisconsin?
Yeah.
Well, Trump won Wisconsin last time around. I bet you this place was isn't like Milwaukee. I bet you it's in Milwaukee.
So the end of the story is that the permit for him to operate his tap rooms has been revoked.
There you go. Good job.
Yeah.
I mean, I love that. I mean, but what justification did they have to pull the license? They have their right to free speech.
Sure.
I mean, I don't mean to go all constitutional, but they have their right to be dirtbags.
Inciting violence against a sitting president of the United States is not protected speech.
I think not.
Is that inciting violence? And I'm just playing devil's advocate. Is that? I guess that is. That's encouraging. You're encouraging a prize. You're giving a prize the day that the president is assassinated.
And you're saying to work on your marksmanship.
There is that too.
Yeah.
I love it. I'm glad that they're crying now. I bet. All right, next.
So go down to the one skip one. Go down. There's a woman who went to a doctor's appointment. She was wearing a MAGA hat to the doctor's appointment. And one of the people who works there decided she wasn't going to let her in the door because she had a MAGA hat on. So here's the exchange between the two.
All right, here we go.
Bye, honey. Bye. I'm gonna bye. No, you're not.
Just to say,
no, you need to stop harassing. I'm at a doctor's appointment. I don't need your harassment. You need to go away. You need to go away. You need to not block my door.
So does this woman who is blocking the MAGA woman's way, does she work?
She works there.
Wow.
Did you think about what you're wearing?
Go away. Get off my back. Leave me alone. Freak. Stop. Stop. I'm at a doctor's office.
I thought a freak?
Yeah, freak.
Stop.
Oh, she got in. Did she get in? Yeah, she did.
She got in, but then the woman came back in the door and harassed her and her mother now.
You don't know. You need to stop harassing me. Now you're harassing my mom. You need to stop. I'm sorry. Please go. I'm very sorry about that. My apologies.
I've never seen people so triggered by a simple hat. You know what I mean?
Yes.
It's just, you're making, this is Democrats being dumb again and being violent again. Because remember, this woman is trying to get into a doctor's appointment and she is physically blocking her way. That is intimidation. That is, I don't know if she touched her physically, but that could be considered assault if there was, any amount of forceful touching involved. So
it's fascism.
Yes.
He's literally trying to bar her from an establishment over what she's wearing and trying to, re-educate her as to, you need to understand what you're wearing.
Do you remember when the Democrats wanted to send all the MAGA folks to re-education camps? Was it Hillary that said that? Somebody said that. Somebody high up in the Democrat Party said that MAGA people, after Trump's first administration, they said we have to send all the Trump MAGA supporters basically to re-education camps. Which, I mean, clearly that didn't work because we re-elected Donald Trump for term number 2.
Paula Collins.
And
who was that?
There you go.
Paula Collins, who ran against Elise Stefanik in New York's 21st congressional district.
How'd that go for her? She lost, is what I'm saying.
Yes,
she lost against Elise Stefanik.
Oh, and also Hillary Clinton.
Oh, yeah, okay. Hillary did say that.
Yeah.
I love how formal deprogramming.
I love how.
Oh, that's right, deprogramming.
I love how Sam threw that in at the end. Oh yeah, and Hillary Clinton. So. Did the woman ever get in for her? This is a long video. Did the woman ever get in for her doctor's appointment?
I hope she did. I didn't play it all the way to the end either. It was just too long. And you know what? I chose this one because there's actually no foul language in it. But in so many of them that you see on X, the F-bomb's flying.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and so we can't play them. But it's amazing how people are attacked for going to the grocery store with a MAGA hat on or, you know, something to that effect.
Well, let's not forget in Memphis, you had that Italian restaurant where the guy wouldn't feed the ICE agents.
Yeah.
Or the National Guard, one of the two. National Guard. It was the National Guard.
It was the National Guard. Four National Guardsmen.
You know, if I owned a business and somebody came in and they had a Biden-Harris cap on or whatever, you know, I'd be like, well, you know, we serve the handicapped, so we'll go ahead and feed them. I'm just kidding. But it's like, I don't know, have we ever seen, and maybe there has been, have we seen a story where a MAGA business, a MAGA-oriented business has refused service to like a Biden, Kamala Harris supporter?
Nothing that directly other than the
baker in Colorado.
Yeah, the bakers that don't want to make cakes for the gays.
Yeah, but that's a little different because that's religious in nature. That is not
right.
That is not pure
MAGA,
politics.
yeah.
This is pure politics.
No, MAGA doesn't do that.
Democrats suck. All right, next.
All right, let's go to the last one. I thought about this overnight. I saw this yesterday, and this video just haunts me. It's a young kid. I would say this kid is 8-9 years old.
Oh my goodness gracious!
It's a boy.
All right, so we got to describe it for radio folks.
Okay,
so this is a little boy dressed up in.
He's just been to dance class.
He's dressed up in is that a tutu?
It's not a tutu, but he's wearing something that looks like that. Strapless, you know, like.
Yeah.
And his parent, and of course, you know, he's on his bed, and the bed has a rainbow cover on it, of course, you know, with rainbows all over it. And his parents bring him home something from the store, and the way this kid, he's so effeminate, and he's so like overly effeminate. Like,
well, should I play the audio?
I think you should.
Here we go.
So while you were at dance class all day, we went and explored the city, and we bought you a little something. I got you this.
Gives him a bag. What's in the bag?
And you know, he's wearing an earring in each ear. This kid, like dangly earrings in each ear.
Good Lord.
Yeah.
Does he have two dads?
No, mother and a father.
See. It's in a bag.
Nah, he's got two moms.
Open it.
Come on, kid. We're on the radio. Open it.
Open the dang bag.
It's a doll.
It's a Funko Pop.
Yeah, but it's the Pride.
They were selling that at the store.
It's the Pride Parade.
It's the Pride
Funko.
Parade Funko something or another.
What is it? Let me see. Show mom and show me.
I am squirming.
So the reason I know it haunts you, right? So they're raising this kid to be this way.
Yeah, the Funko Pop has like rainbow glasses and all of that, and it's something that you would see in a Pride Parade. Of course, we all know what happens at those Pride Parades.
Yeah.
But I thought Joan was going to say it. They're raising him for slaughter. That's what they're doing.
They have totally grown.
This kid is going to be in some way traumatized by some older man at some point in his life, and they think that they're doing him a service. It quite frankly disgusts me, and I want to scrap with the dad in the front yard over how he's raising his son. That's pathetic.
Absolutely. boys don't do, they're not effeminate. Boys are not effeminate like this.
So
boys are boys.
So Joan and Sam, can I ask you two a question?
Yes.
So when my mom made me take tap dancing lessons, was she like secretly grooming me before it was a thing?
No, I took ballroom dancing. Okay.
Did you?
Yeah, I had to do cotillion.
Okay, so
I did cotillion. That's right.
I gave my boys karate lessons. I just want you to know.
Oh my God! So who's worse, me or Sam? I took tap dancing lessons, and Sam was taking.
I was holding on
dance.
to pretty girls, so you know. Whatever.
I was the only boy in the tap dancing class. And I was probably about the age of this kid.
Hey, listen, I think there's like a hierarchy of what kind of dancing could make you what kind of, I don't know, flamboyant, if there was a way to put it. And
by the way,
tap and ballroom are safe.
So let's talk about purposes. Like, why did your mom send you to tap dancing class?
Hold on, real quick. I think this kid is also wearing lipstick.
I think he is too.
It's lip gloss.
Why did my mom make me take tap dancing?
Did you express an interest or
no?
No.
What kind of 8-year-old? I didn't even know what tap dancing was, Joan.
Okay, Sam. Why did your parents send you to a cotillion, whatever it is?
Because my mother wanted me to be prepared to be a gentleman caller at some point.
How'd that work out? Sorry, moving right along.
Now it's fine. Listen, my wife's grandmother was impressed when I knew how to gently remove her coat and pull her chair out for her at the restaurant. So,
well, I do that, and I didn't have to take cotillion.
Yeah, but
lessons.
I can foxtrot with her if I need to.
So I think one thing we need to do is we need to get Sam dancing his little cotillion thing and put it on video.
I threw it down at prom, man.
So I think I lasted about 4 or 5 tap dance lessons.
Oh, that's it, really?
Mm-hmm. Do you know what's funny, though?
I did cotillion for 3 years.
Do you know what's so funny, though? I actually wish I would have kept up with tap dancing. Because I didn't know, like Bing Crosby, you ever see him throw it down? The whole tap dancing thing?
Bing Crosby didn't tap dance.
Helps give
Who
you
was it?
a
Somebody
sense of
tap
rhythm.
danced, and I can't remember who it was.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Whatever. Anyway.
Bibi Herman?
No, it was a PR. You two, you know what? Anyway. So, yeah, no, I think it would be kind of cool to know how to tap dance now. Because I actually have no discernible skills.
Yes.
Like, I can't play guitar. I've got a bass I don't know how to play now. Fred Astaire. I don't know how to dance. I can't sing. I can't
Dan,
knit.
you can talk. You can talk.
Barely. I can barely talk.
Oh, and you keep good plants outside. The hydrangeas.
Do you know what, girlfriend? If it wasn't for Amy, those plants would be black and dead. Anyway, moving right along. 5:55, Joan's got the news at 6. Joan.
Yeah, coming up, a woman in Maine has just been awarded $17 million for what a doctor did to her. Wait till you hear this story coming up at 6 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning. It is 6 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Well, today marks 5 months since the start of the war in Iran, and President Trump continues his efforts to make peace through diplomacy.
President Trump is set to host back-to-back meetings with Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu and Ukrainian President Zelenskyy. It will be Trump's first face-to-face meeting with Netanyahu since the Iran war began exactly 5 months ago. The White House originally predicted the war would only last a matter of weeks. With the war now entering a 6th month, there's a fragile pause in the fighting. President Trump insists friendly talks with Iran are ongoing.
That's ABC's Karen Wah. In Adams, Tennessee, a water rescue on the Red River last night. Smoky Barn News saying that emergency vehicles and first responders descended last night on an area near Red River Canoe. Late last night, rescue crews said all were accounted for and the emergency had ended. A woman in Maine has been awarded $17 million in a lawsuit after her doctor removed her entire bladder instead of dealing with a benign cyst on her ovary. She had been left with permanent injuries that required surgeons to create a new bladder using tissue from her small intestine, but it's one that requires daily care. The hospital has since closed down. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
Investors rode out a bumpy trading session to start the week. The Dow Jones advanced 260 points to close back about 52,000, while the NASDAQ composite gave up 0.2%. The S&P closed near its opening. Almost a year after the uproar over changes at Cracker Barrel, CEO Julia Massino is stepping down. One of those changes, since undone, was a redesign of the logo, getting rid of the old man in the overalls. Late-night TV comedian John Oliver is poking a very litigious bear, launching a line of merch bearing the image of a squirrel that looks similar to the beaver featured in the Buc-ee's logo. Buc-ee's, the Texas-based chain of gas station supermarkets, has filed at least a dozen lawsuits against companies with animal logos. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
And right now, Dow futures are up 148, but NASDAQ futures down 253. S&P futures are falling more than 8 points this morning. And a check of oil prices, Brent crude oil is down a little more than 2% right now, sitting at $86.28 a barrel. That's the latest news. We've got traffic and weather just ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. No problems to speak of this morning on the major roadways, just normal volume delays on 24 westbound and also at the merge of 24 and 65 to the north of the city. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
6:06 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Do not forget, we are going to have a big event, big station event out at Hop Springs in Murfreesboro. The four hosts will be there. Perhaps other folks from the radio station will be there as well. By the way, do you know who I have confirmed is going to be there, Joan Jones? One Johnny B. Johnny B's going to show up. I begged him to come.
Nice.
I begged him to come.
I love it.
But, Johnny's been great with this whole conversation regarding the stolen valor of, like, May Beavers with Marsha Blackburn, that whole thing.
Yeah.
And I spoke to a number of different people yesterday about this accusation. I believe it's all BS, but whatever. I wasn't there, but I spoke to a couple of people who were, Johnny being one. And he says that absolutely did not happen. And it's my opinion that this accusation is being put forward by the John Rose people. But whatever. You know what? Politics is politics. And so they're trying to peel off some Marsha Blackburn support. And that's the bottom line. And politics is a very, very nasty business. So I love that Johnny came out and he said, no, there's no stolen valor in Marsha Blackburn. And by the way, it's perfectly okay to say that Marsha Blackburn obviously was involved in the fight against the income tax. May Beavers was also involved in the fight against the income tax. Steve Gill was involved as well. Phil Valentine, other people were involved. And so, everybody can bask in the glory of that incredible victory for conservatives here in the state of Tennessee. There's no problem to try to tear down something that Senator Blackburn did many, many years ago. I don't know. It just seems silly to me. But I can see what's going on. People that are supporting other candidates are trying to tear down Marsha Blackburn. That is obvious. Anyway, whatever. 6:08, Nashville's Morning News. By the way, I don't know if you folks saw this. A nasty ad has come out against Marsha Blackburn, and it's caught the attention of many. And basically, and it is like a really nasty ad. So nasty, by the way, that lawyers are now getting involved. So this is an ad, and it's all about the opioid epidemic that we saw many, many years ago. And basically, one of the accusations in this 30-second ad is that Senator Blackburn was in bed with Big Pharma, and that relationship led to people dying and the opioid crisis, and that she was accepting bribes from Big Pharma. And again, it's a very nasty ad. If you want to see it, go over to YouTube or X, and it's there. But because lawyers are now involved, I'm not playing it. But here's the thing. It suggests that her votes are up for sale, and that it suggests that Marsha Blackburn's donations from Big Pharma led to opioid deaths. It is a really nasty ad. It's a bad commercial, in my opinion, all around. Pretty typical, though, in today's politics. Now, we all know that Marsha Blackburn and many politicians have received a lot of money over the years from Big Pharma. And remember, she's been on the Finance Committee, which deals with a lot of health issues, Medicare, Medicaid, and so forth. So, yeah, she'll be getting donations from Big Pharma. But what is behind the accusation? I kind of wanted to give a little bit of perspective behind what the accusation is, because it didn't just, come out of thin air. There are some, I'm not going to say some merit behind it. I just want to give you the reasoning of the commercial. I'm not supportive of the commercial in any way, but I'm just telling you what perhaps is behind this accusation. So yes, she has received a lot of money from Big Pharma over the years. She's nowhere near the top, but she has. It is just a fact. Marsha Blackburn has not broken any laws, and it's all part of PACs donating to political campaigns. Perfectly legal. We can talk about dark money as well, which is PACs that don't have to disclose their donors. But as far as anything legislative, some people will point to the 2016 legislation where Marsha Blackburn, back as a member of Congress, she was a lead sponsor in the House of Representatives for the Ensuring Patient Access and Effective Drug Enforcement Act of 2016. And basically what it did, and you can look up all this if you want, but I believe it's what this commercial is based on. is it made it more difficult for the DEA to stop shipments of powerful narcotics. It gave the drug companies more what people describe as due process before the government could just abscond and shut down their shipments. Again, you could look all this up. But the thing was passed in both the House and the Senate. It was signed by then President Barack Obama into law. So it was bipartisan, and, people disagreed with its passage. Other people, obviously, if it was signed into law by Obama and it was passed by Republicans as well, then it was bipartisan. We can all look back on this now, knowing what we know about what was going on with the opioid epidemic and say, yeah, maybe it could have been done differently, whatever. But those that supported the bill, like Marsha Blackburn, said that they needed to ensure people who needed the prescription drugs were able to get access to them. Now, at this point, it was the medical community. They were already way over prescribing OxyContin and other drugs. And some even operated, you folks remember this, pill mills, where people would go to get their drugs. The opioid crisis was on full blast at this point, and you had unscrupulous doctors who were just, way over prescribing Oxy and some of these other drugs. I mean, I could go on and on. I think we all lived through this, or a lot of us lived through this. Also remember, the FDA in 1995 approved Oxy without much investigation into how addictive it was. Oxy's manufacturer, Purdue Pharma, convinced the FDA it really wasn't all that addictive when it actually was. So the DEA was trying to stop all of this. And, some argue that this legislation that was passed handcuffed the DEA as they were trying to stop these shipments. They say that it raised the bar on justification to freeze these shipments of these drugs. So, politics is a nasty business. And these types of ads are either lies, misleading, or really taken out of context. I believe here that it is all three, but whatever. So now the Blackburn camp has taken legal action to get these ads dropped. It was running on, I guess, local TV stations, and a couple of local TV stations have dropped the ads already. But they do call the ad false and defamatory. And let's see here, coming up, let me jump to traffic real quick, a little bit early, so that I can get into what it is that the Blackburn campaign is saying about these ads that are false and defamatory. It is coming up on 6:14. Time to check the roads on WTN.
.40 or 440, 840, checking in accident free. I'm Christy O'Brien.
As far as your weather goes, a heat advisory today, and we're talking about a mix of clouds and sun. High of 98, feels like 109. Storms possible tonight. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News. If you're just joining us, big controversy with this ad, a really nasty political ad taken out against Marsha Blackburn, caught the attention of many. Basically, it is accusing the senator of, votes up for sale and bribery, and it suggests that she was part of the reason for the opioid epidemic way back when. And it's just, almost as nasty as you can get. By the way, it's also driven by AI. Have you seen this ad, Joan?
Oh, no, I haven't yet.
So, number one, it doesn't even, in my opinion, it doesn't even look like Marsha Blackburn, but it is driven by AI.
Yeah.
So here's what the Blackburn camp says about this ad. They call it false and defamatory. And again, I'm not going to play the ad because I don't want to get involved in the lawsuits here. But, the letter reads to the lawyers of the company who produced the ad. This is what they say. Your advertisement states our pain-killing pills wouldn't sell, so we paid Marsha Blackburn to pass our bill. The accompanying visuals include a briefcase full of cash held by an individual representing a pharmaceutical company executive. The advertisement also refers to paying Marsha to pass legislation, millions for Senator Blackburn, and refers to Senator Blackburn as being ready to sell. The message is unmistakable, they say. The advertisement accuses Senator Blackburn of taking money in exchange for official legislative action. These are direct allegations of bribery and quid pro quo corruption, which are defamatory per se. The advertisement's assertions are completely false, they say. Senator Blackburn has never accepted a bribe to pass legislation, nor has she ever been accused or investigated for allegedly doing so. The advertisement includes no substantiation for any of its claims about Senator Blackburn. Specifically, there is no substantiation or supporting documentation for its claims that Senator Blackburn accepted a bribe, that any pharmaceutical company paid her to pass legislation, that anyone paid her millions for legislative favors, or that she ever solicited any such bribe or payment. There is no substantiation for these claims because they are completely false. And then it goes on with a whole bunch of list of demands. So we'll see where this goes. But, here's the deal. The ad has succeeded in drawing attention to the senator's donations from Big Pharma. And again, she has received money from big pharmaceutical companies, as have, again, a lot of different politicians. She's not near the top. I think she's not even in the top 5 for senators. Her opponents, though, and their supporters, they're all over this, I'm sure. But, I've said this many times when it comes to these kinds of donations. Do I like PACs and super PACs, millions of dollars going to our politicians? No. But my question is always going to be asked, whether it is AIPAC, Big Pharma, or the NRA. Were any laws broken? Remember that Citizens United versus FEC 2010 allows PACs and super PACs and what they call dark money groups to give to campaigns and effectively, produce ads like this. That's part of what they do. Do I like it? No. Do you like it? No. I know a lot of people absolutely hate this. But no laws have been broken. And so as far as this ad goes, I'm sure that they knew that they were going to get hit with the lawyers, but ultimately what they were trying to do is draw attention to Senator Blackburn and some of the donations that she has received. But this goes way, in my opinion, way farther than that. And I do believe that they are accusing openly Senator Blackburn of accepting bribes. At least that is the very, very strong suggestion. And I think the TV stations, I think that they understood that, which is why they have now dropped this ad. It is 6:18 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN, 615-737-9986. By the way, the over there, Joan, on the YouTube page where people are watching the radio show in real time, people are noticing a couple of different things.
What do they notice?
Number one, a lot of people are watching. Thank you. Number two is they only have, out of, a couple hundred people that are watching, only 18 likes.
What?
Come on, people. You got to step it up. Now, I'm not going to beg people to like because, Chris Hand says that his kids can't go to school or eat or anything if people don't start liking the video or whatever. I'm not going to say that. But here's what I will say. This is for all you haters out there. You ready, Joan?
Yeah.
If you people want me to go away and retire, you got to start liking the YouTube page because that's part of how I get paid, right? So you want me to go away? Just all you got to do is like the YouTube feed and download the whatevers and listen to the things and all that. You do that, I'll go away.
You know the thing.
You know the thing.
204 people watching on YouTube alone, 37 likes. There's your rookie numbers. You got to bump those numbers up.
You people want me to go away? I need at least 100 by the end of the day.
I don't think people want you to go away, Dan. I don't see that as being.
Dan will do a push-up for every like.
There you go. That's
the live
one
stream gets
that'll
on YouTube.
do it, Dan.
That is not going to happen.
Dan, I'll give you a total at 8:58 today of how many push-ups you owe us.
Yeah.
Do you know what's so funny? So speaking of Manly Dan, so I don't know if people have noticed, just real quick, on the thumbnail for YouTube, and I guess for Facebook and all that, they're now playing around, Joan. I don't know if you'd noticed this with the thumbnails.
Oh, yeah.
And so I think that Sam was the first to do it, but I look like Popeye.
I don't think you look like
They're giving me big old muscles, which clearly I don't have. And so they're now giving me a whole bunch of muscles. The only thing that's missing is like a straw pipe in my mouth.
So it's really funny as I asked it to put the BNA hat that you're wearing right now on for today's episode. And for some reason, it made your face more chiseled and slightly anime style Barbie eyes.
0181, 18 likes, and you are still playing video on the radio. I know, but they tell us we have to do that. You know, as Chris Hand says, and Chris put this very eloquently, if you like the WTN brand, we have to do this. And I think of, I'm going to put it this way. I think for me as a radio host, I do a pretty good job of playing to both audiences, the radio people and the YouTube people. Yes, I play video on the radio, but I do a good job, I think anyway, of catering to both audiences. But it's something that we have to do. If WTN, and you like the conservatism of WTN and you like what we provide, then this is something, unfortunately, that we have to do. Did you hear what Hassan Piker called John Fetterman?
Oh, no.
Oh, details straight ahead on WTN. Joan's got the news at 6:30. Joan.
Yeah, coming up here, Instagram is accused of ignoring employees who brought concerns about the platform to their superiors. You know, there's a trial taking place in Nashville right now. We've got the details coming up at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
App Store now. 622 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Super Text line is open, very active, 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. You know, we're supposed to maybe get some rain again today. All this rain we've had, you could end up with water in your crawl space or your basement. That moisture could be an indication that you have some waterproofing issues. By the way, don't forget, that can lead to mold issues and foundation problems as well. It also means that if you do find that moisture in your basement or crawl space, you need to call my friends at USS United Structural Systems. This is the company in Middle Tennessee for all things, not only waterproofing, but also foundation repair and concrete leveling. If something does go wrong in your home, you do need to get it fixed. And if you need some financing help, they are there for you with 3 different options. You can get a 10% discount if you pay in full, or fix it now, pay it later. With 18 months, no payment, no interest, or you can choose 36 months, no interest, with low payment options for qualified homeowners. So call them, 615-488-7855. I am one of thousands of satisfied customers across Middle Tennessee. 615-488-7855. USSTN.com. We guarantee our best. Call USS. 615-488-7855. Online, USSTN.com. All right, so I've got a challenge for Sam, Joan.
What is it?
My challenge for Sam, or anyone that knows AI, I want a heavy metal version of the Mark Pody jingle. Do you think somebody could actually do that?
Yeah, I want
it. No. And I'm not hating on Mark Pody. I'm going to vote for him. But I want a heavy metal version of his jingle. And I bet you that AI can do it.
Yeah.
Can you do that and have it by the end of the show? I want to play it for Chris Hand.
If the administrative network will allow.
I don't even know what that means, but just work on it.
On the computer.
Oh, right. For some reason, Joan, they have us restricted.
They always have
all of us lovable fuzzballs here on WTN. For some reason, they think we're a bunch of malcontents and that we're not allowed the full access of the internet.
I tell them, don't check the history.
I bet you those sports guys have all the internet they want. 625 on Super Talk 99.7 WT. What'd you say, Joan?
You're bitter.
I'm not bitter, table for one. Not me. No, not at all. Listen, friends, one of your biggest priorities in life is to protect your family. And if the power goes out in your neighborhood, you need to get it back on quick. You need the Generator Supercenter. Now, you've seen the horror stories of power being out for days or weeks on end. The Generator Supercenter, they do provide backup home standby generators at a terrific price and outstanding customer service. So if the power goes out in your neighborhood, your power is going to go right back on. Go to their website right now, GeneratorSupercenterofNashville.com, and see how you can save $500. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. They are going to help you get started. Now, at Generator Supercenter, they feature turnkey installation, certified plumbers and electricians, and service after the install, and a whole lot more. So, the power goes out in your neighborhood. Again, you've got a backup power generator, so your power goes right back on, courtesy of the Generator Supercenter. Now, at the Generator Supercenter, they also have their generators made right here in America. 615-879-1952, 615-879-1952. And don't forget to check out their website, GeneratorSupercenterofNashville.com, and see how you can save $500.
Good morning. It is 6:30, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. The U.S. Senate has advanced the nomination of Manhattan U.S. Attorney Jay Clayton to be the top U.S. spy. Clayton is expected now to be fully approved within days. He will fill the role vacated in June when Tulsi Gabbard stepped down to care for her husband. The trial over just how addictive Instagram is for kids continues in Nashville today. Yesterday, a former Meta employee testified as the state's first witness.
I told him that there was a critical gap in the way that the company understood and dealt with harm. I told him numbers about 13 to 15-year-olds experiencing harm on the platform. And I told them things that the company could do about it to help deal with those harms.
What year was that?
That was in 2021.
Okay. Did Mr. Zuckerberg ever respond to you?
No, he never replied.
Now, the state of Tennessee is accusing Meta of making its platforms like Instagram intentionally addictive to kids. The Pentagon just announcing it has awarded $10 million to the Micro Works Foundation to help train young Americans for some really good jobs.
Turns out these are AI-proof, six-figure jobs that we're talking about, and hundreds of thousands of them exist within the DIB, the Defense Industrial Base. So the short version is the feds have quite rightly come to the conclusion that we've got a skills gap that is not only affecting the population at large, it's impacting our national security. We're looking for the next generation of submarine builders and ship builders and people who can work on sophisticated weapon systems.
Yeah, if you'd like to find out more, you can visit microworks.org. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. got a problem on 24 West in Laverne. It's a crash that takes out the second right lane right at Old Hickory Boulevard South, exit number 62. And another crash in Antioch on Hobson Pike at Pinhook Road. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.636 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Super Text line is open, 615-737-9986. Joan, just to show you how great Mark Pody is.
Yeah.
So I was talking about trying to figure out a way to do a heavy metal version of his jingle. He sent me a text and said, I would love to hear a heavy metal version. So apparently Mark is listening. And he clearly appreciates my appreciation for a heavy metal version of markpody.com. So and Sam is trying to figure it out. Unfortunately, the platforms that do that are paid for. And so he's trying. If I can, and by the way, you do know what I'm going to do, Joan?
Isn't that something you can just throw into Chat GPT and they'll figure it out?
Oh, I don't know. But here's what I'm going to do.
Okay.
So if somebody has access to a thing that can turn Mark Pody's jingle into a heavy metal version, then I'm going to give a prize to the best one. I'm going to do a dozen Cabana Wife cookies.
Ooh.
To the winner.
Do you know what a dozen Cabana Wife cookies, the damage it could do?
Oh yeah, which is why I'm gonna offer a dozen cookies to somebody who for the person who comes up with the best one. One though will be missing. It'll be a Dan dozen, which will be 12 minus 1. It'll be 11 because I'll have one of them.
Isn't that creepy?
It might be creepy, but I don't care. Okay. Anyway, here's the deal. Real quick. Yeah, so if you can figure out how to do it, and then send it to me on the chat. All right, 615-737-9986. Matthew Hurt is standing by. Matthew, good morning, and welcome to Nashville's Morning News. Matthew, I want to play for you some audio and some video from Abdul El Sayed. He is running for Senate in the state of Michigan. This is what he said about fellow Democrat John Fetterman.
Just earlier this week, we heard that there was some kind of a Zoom call in which you had referenced an opponent as ogre on a pike. And so many people took offense to that. And it really pointed to the bigger question about the tone and tenor that you've been accused of having in this campaign. Do you regret any of the comments that you've made? And do you think that this race could take a more productive and a more substantive tone if we kept those personal slams out?
Look, I took to Twitter last week and said that the tone in which people talk about my opponent is unkind, and I asked anybody who supported me to not talk about her that way. In fact, when she got booed on the stage at the Michigan Democratic Party convention, I called her personally and said that was unkind. My supporters had nothing to do with it, but I don't think that that's the way we want to do politics. I was referring to a guy named John Fetterman, who's a senator from Pennsylvania, who has done terrible things, got elected on a set of values, and is now completely throwing those values in the mud.
So that is Abdul El Sayed. The funny thing, though, Matt, is that he's talking about how he doesn't want his politics to be unkind, yet he's talking about John Fetterman and being an ogre on a pike.
Yeah, Dan, this is exactly the kind of thing we're going to see from the radical left is he will say on stage at a debate, or he'll issue a video to supporters and he'll say, I want you to be thoughtful and nice and caring, and we're democratic socialists and we want the best for people. But then he'll turn around and say things like this, which will signal to his supporters, that it is okay to denigrate John Fetterman. Look, the great thing, one of the good things about our two-party system is that there is a broad diversity in both parties of ideology. And John Fetterman sides with the Democrats more than he sides with the Republicans, but he has really taken exception to the far left in the Democratic Party from within the Democratic Party as a senator, as a sitting U.S. senator. And so it is no surprise that he's come under fire from people like Al-Said and others on the far left who want to remake the Democratic Party as if it's some, European-style socialist utopia.
One of the things that the Democrats are saying is that we are a big tent party, right? That's what they keep saying. We are a big tent party, and we welcome, everyone into our party, which I don't believe is true. They're calling John Fetterman, who I guess you'd call a moderate, ogre on a pike. So they're actually not a big tent party if they are someone moderate like John Fetterman. But do you think that the Democrats, just the Chuck Schumers of the world, Hakeem Jeffries, do you think they are paralyzed in fear with the thought of these socialist communists taking over their party?
I do think the quote-unquote Democratic establishment is wondering what to do at this point. But the more important picture here is, and you and I have talked about this a number of times, basically how far the far left has gone over the last 30 years, and that has pushed moderate Democrats, independents, into a broader Republican or right-of-center camp. And so, more and more people find themselves, I didn't leave the Democratic Party left me, and now they are politically homeless or Republican curious, and so that's what we're seeing. It is ultimately better for Republicans that the Democrats continue to run far left until we hit a critical mass where they then get elected and replace the Democratic leader in the House and the Senate, and then we're facing some real serious issues in Washington.
One of the things that's going to be interesting, I guess, is it in Michigan? So you've got this Abdul El-Said, and he's the commie. And then his opponent in Michigan is, from what I understand, more of a mainstream Democrat that has been endorsed by the mainstream Democrats. And so is it all eyes really on Michigan because you've got Abdul El-Said, the commie, versus a more mainstream politician in the Democrat Party? And this really is, it's decision time for the Democrats. What do you want? Do you want communists or do you want, traditional Democrats?
Well, so he's running against Congresswoman Haley Stevens. Your listeners have probably seen her on the internet because she's got sort of a comical Michigan accent. But she is seen as a moderate Democrat among Democrats who has worked across party lines to get things done. The governor, Gretchen Whitmer, has endorsed her. It seems like the quote-unquote establishment is lining up against her. It will definitely be interesting to see the role that the greater Detroit area plays in the primary. It is very clear to me that Abdul Al-Said is playing to the base inside and outside of Detroit who are Muslim voters who have come to this country in the last generation or two and who are voting along religious principle lines. And he is actually, Al-Said has gotten in trouble for attacking Haley Stevens on the campaign trail. So he's got a record of nasty rhetoric and then walking it back, but only after he's gotten his supporters fired up. It will be very interesting to see how this plays out in the primary.
Isn't it just sort of with these Democrats, they're going to say, these commies, aren't they going to say and do whatever they want and then, you kind of air quote it, walk it back? But everybody knows what they're doing, right? They're flamethrowers.
It is what's the word I'm looking for? They're nudging their supporters in a direction. It's essentially moving the Overton window on what is appropriate to say on the campaign trail, so that then it becomes normal for these comments from El-Said to be everyday comments. So we wake up, the listeners wake up in 6 months, a year, 2 years, and that now El-Said's outrageous comments become the norm.
Well, moving the Overton window, is that another way to say like slippery slope?
It is a bit of a slippery slope in the direction of more extreme rhetoric from the Democratic Socialists.
All right, now help me out, dude, because listen, I'm a conservative, unabashed. So have conservatives, who's the worst behaved? Conservatives or the Democrats when it comes to this kind of rhetoric? I mean, I believe that it is the Democrats. I mean, we got a barn burner of a governor's primary here in Tennessee, as you know, with Monty Fritz, John Rose, and Marsha Blackburn, but I don't think any of them have stooped to the level of calling somebody an ogre on a pike.
Yeah, you're not. I haven't seen that kind of language from Republicans, but one of the points I do want to make, Dan, is the Tennessee Star reported that John Rose gave to Democrats in the late 90s and early 2000s at the height of the income tax debate, and that is a perfect illustration of what I just mentioned. People who may have been moderate Democrats or supported moderate Democrats 20 or 30 years ago have now been pushed into the Republican camp, and that is now. I don't know the totality of John Rose's political evolution, but I remember growing up in Rutherford County, and almost every single one of the elected officials, some of whom are still in office as Republicans today, were Democrats. And so in a place like Tennessee, you had conservative Democrats who were pro-life, who are pro-gun, who just didn't care how the money was spent at the local level or in Nashville. And now they are ostensibly conservative Republicans who are pro-life, who are pro-gun, and to a certain extent in Nashville still don't care how the money's spent.
You know, what's interesting, too, about that whole John Rose thing, and we did talk about this yesterday extensively, is that sure, he gave to, because I'm just trying to be fair in all of this, Matthew. So with Rose, he did give the Democrats, it looks like, but these days he's got a 100% Heritage Action score for conservatism. So I don't know what to make of it.
That's exactly right, Dan. And when you look at, I guess, for some listeners, Donald Trump is the only one who was ever allowed to give to Democrats.
That's what I said, Matthew, yesterday. It's like, don't forget, Donald Trump gave to Democrats, too.
And it is absolutely okay. We talk about this big tent 15, 20, 25, 30 years ago. Somebody who is now an elected Republican may have given to Democrats, but because the Democratic Party has moved so far left, I mean, you're looking at President Trump, and he's sort of like President Clinton was in 93, 94, 95 as when it comes to policies in Washington. And so we can't take a look at someone's political record in a 12 or 18-month window and say that's the totality of their politics. People are complicated, our politics are complicated, and taking a snapshot, say, of John Rose's contributions 30 years ago is not the same as whatever John Rose is doing in Congress today.
Real quick, I forgot to do traffic, so real quick, Joan, anything going on the roadways?
Yeah, there's just two things. 24 westbound in Laverne, a crash at Old Hickory Boulevard, now off to the shoulder, and another one in Antioch on Hobson Pike at Pinhook Road. That crash, the intersection there is all blocked off, and that's all we've got going on so far this morning.
All right, a heat advisory today, mix of clouds and sun, a high of 98, going to feel like 109. Storms possible tonight as well. Matthew Hurt is joining us on Super Talk 99.7. You know, Matthew, you and I, how long have we been doing these hits? I mean, it's been a couple of years now, right? It's been a long time. So
since 2023, almost 3 years.
Time flies. So one of our early conversations, you and I, was about what is happening today with AI and these AI ads that have been coming out. And I talked about one yesterday with Van Hillary and his AI ad against Johnny Garrett. There's now one against Marsha Blackburn that I spoke about in the last segment regarding opioids and that kind of thing. I mean, it's just these AI ads, you know, some may be based in some element of truth in some kind of a way. Others may be complete lies. But, you know, these ads, they are either very effective or they manage to show in my opinion, the true character of a candidate who endorses or puts out some of these AI ads that are incredibly based in lies.
It is going to take next level discernment from voters, not to rehash an old primary, but But Thomas Massey, there was an ad that was run against Thomas Massey in Kentucky in May of this year that showed him walking into a hotel room with AOC and Ilhan Omar. I did a television hit over the weekend, and all of the comments after the station tweeted it seemed to be troll farm political comments from outside the country. It is going to take the next level discernment from voters to identify what is real, what is AI. I do think that a lot of states and Washington, D.C. you'll have to put a disclaimer on some of these. But it is, their candidates are embracing this technology, and they are doing so with a range of intentions in mind. And I think it is important for voters to watch the ads and say what is real about this and what is not. And it's going to get it'll be difficult for a while.
Matthew, where can people, let me ask you this, because I know where I get all my stuff from, but I do this for a living, and oftentimes people are not as plugged in. Maybe they're tuning into WTN. Good news is we got new viewers and listeners all the time. Where can people go to get the truth about candidates? Where do you go? What do you recommend?
Well, I go, obviously the candidate's website is going to talk about their record in sterling context.
Right.
I try to look at the votes that were cast. Of course, there are differences between procedural votes and the vote when it comes to the floor. I tend to look at a wide range of perspectives from the left and the right to try to get a nuanced view. And I don't tend to watch a lot of political ads or listen to them, except when I'm trying to see what other candidates are saying about their opponents. And so it's difficult. There's no one-size-fits-all approach to any of these. And in fact, most of your listeners are not weirdos like you and me, Dan. We're not, they're not listening or watching or consuming news all the time, and it's okay. They're raising families. They're saving for retirement.
You mean Matthew, the last website people don't go to or app is like Politico? Really?
Yeah, and that's okay. I don't say that as a Beltway insider to try to denigrate people who are working hard and raising a family and providing for themselves and for retirement. There's a lot of information out there. We are, when my dad was growing up in the 1960s and 70s, there were like 3 news stations and a morning newspaper and an afternoon newspaper, and people got this segmented news 3-4 times a day. We are inundated with information.
Yeah.
Some of that information is true, some of it is false, and it takes someone looking at 4 or 5 or 6 different outlets or sources to try to then cobble together the truth.
Nope, you're right, and that's the problem we have is that, and even Grok versus ChatGPT. I don't know if you've ever done this, Matthew Hurt, but I will plug in a question on ChatGPT and the same question in Grok and get 2 completely different answers.
Absolutely, and I think it takes, not a lot of people have the time or the inclination to do both or 3 or 4 outlets, but it's very important to dig deep on the information, look for primary sources, and try to make educated opinions for themselves. And I do think that is one of the reasons I think talk radio is a good place to hear coherent arguments, and especially in, say, a 3-way primary like what's happening in Tennessee right now for governor, a wide range of viewpoints and perspectives that represent and reflect each of the 3 candidates.
All right, Matthew Hurt, did we miss anything as far as the news for today?
That is it, Dan, except you look really buff on YouTube in that BNA hat, and folks can find me on X at Matthew Hurt, MattheWHURTT, where I don't tweet fake news.
All right, thank you, Matthew. Appreciate it. We'll talk to you again soon. So yeah, the producers, I guess, is there an actual contest to see which host you folks, you producers, can make look as ridiculous as possible?
No, we're just doing it for the love of the game.
Are you? So you've got me looking all buff on the thumbnail for the video.
I'm setting goals for you to aspire to.
I will never be that buff. Nor do I want to be, by the way.
Why?
So who wants to be that? It's Joan Jones.
Come on.
I don't want to be buff.
It's very manly.
I would rather be Danley, scrawny. Danley. Scrawny, whatever. So supposedly, Joan, Sam has come up with a sort of heavy metal version of the Mark Pody jingle.
Oh, okay,
so,
cool.
So this is Sam. Now, it's 20 minutes after this bit. Not one person has sent me in a heavy metal version of Mark Pody's jingle. So
To be fair, they don't have access to the file like that.
So that's true. So this may end up being a really sucky bit, but whatever. So go ahead, Sam.
Integrity, joy, honesty, integrity. Join with me and help Tennessee. Mark Pony
Okay.
A great place to call home. We can raise our family, work here, build your own business. It's a great place to retire. This is one of the lowest tax states in the nation. We want to keep Tennessee. This is State Senator Mark Pony, and I'm asking for your vote. Mark Pony.
Oh my God. Well done, Sam. Well
Sam
done.
Nailed it.
You know what? That's like Green Day. That's Green Day. Is that what that is? Was that like Green Day was?
I didn't give it a particular band to mull it after.
I kept hearing "Wake Me Up When September's Over" or whatever. Is that what it is?
I think you're thinking Boulevard of Broken Dreams.
Whatever. It's all the same
But
thing.
I'm now concerned that he's going to want to use this on the station.
You know what? He should. Can we offer that to Mark Pody?
I will talk it over with Mason.
Yeah, if you want to, because I mean that is actually really good, and I'd rather.
I'm kind of hyped now. Like it just kind of
big hype. It's exactly right.
I love the screaming. That's
Yeah. But you know what? Whenever I think about how much I love Tennessee, I want to scream.
Okay.
That's what it is.
Whenever I think about keeping liberals out of Tennessee, I want to scream too.
That's exactly right. Anyway, so Philip says, Dan, buff is way too much effort. Yep, absolutely. I'd rather eat some of those Cabana Wife cookies. We're running way late. 6:57, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk. Joan's got the news coming up at 7. Joan.
Yep, 2 people have been found dead at a Murfreesboro apartment complex. Details coming up about that at 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Look at Joan and Dan Mandis here for my friends at DT McCall's. Now, they've been helping out Tennesseans for over 100 years with fair prices and outstanding customer service. Now, right now, they've got great deals on all things electronics, appliances, furniture, lawn and garden, and a whole lot more. You know, DT McCall's, they've been saving Middle Tennesseans money for over 100 years. That is 4 generations of treating people right with a focus on savings and customer service. Now, the first thing I do when I realize that I need something, I do go to dtmccalls.com. I check out the latest specials, and typically I'll order right from the website. But if you have to go see it, like if I have to go see it, I'll go to the brick and mortar stores and they help me out, answers any questions that I might have. Terrific customer service. So if you need anything for your home, garage, maybe your backyard, you only need to go to one place. My place, DT McCall's, 5 locations across Middle Tennessee, Carthage, Cookeville, Lebanon, Lafayette, and Franklin. Always online, dtmccalls.com. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out.
Good morning, 7 o'clock. Make that 7:02. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. President Trump hosting both Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelenskyy today at the White House. Zelenskyy says anti-ballistic defense and strategic cooperation with the U.S. are the number one priority for his meeting with Trump. Former senior director at the National Security Council, Javad Ali, on the meeting with Netanyahu.
This may be an opportunity for President Trump to make sure that he and Prime Minister Netanyahu are on the same page, because we've seen over the past several months where the Israel and the United States have not been on the same page.
Now, both Netanyahu and Zelenskyy are in town to attend a memorial service for Senator Lindsey Graham. Some Murfreesboro residents are waking up to a big police presence this morning. Police there saying that 2 people were found dead at Saddlebrook Apartments near Memorial Boulevard. Spokesman Larry Flowers.
And as residents wake up and they see a lot of police activity this morning, we just wanted to let them know that, the scene is secure. There's no immediate threat to the community, and since detectives were able to determine that these individuals knew each other.
Now, reports say this was a case of murder-suicide. There is no danger, he says, to the public. Expect LPR cameras to get the legislative treatment of the Tennessee General Assembly in the coming session. State Representative Jason Zachary of Knoxville confirming the Assembly will consider legislation to regulate the so-called flock cameras after Knox County Mayor Glenn Jacobs recorded a social media video yesterday.
When these cameras are deployed in large numbers, they create a network that can be used to track your movements. Currently, there is no federal regulatory framework governing these devices in place, and the Tennessee laws regulating them were written over a decade ago. My fear is that we may be inadvertently creating a warrantless mass surveillance system and undermining the privacy and liberty of our people.
Jacobs saying AI has turned the typical license plate readers into surveillance devices that can also keep track of the make and model of your car, dents, even bumper stickers. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Nearly half of all PetSense locations are being closed by its parent company, Tractor Supply, but which, if any, Tennessee locations not released so far. Right now, the Dow Jones Industrials futures are ahead this morning, rising about 337 points. The futures for NASDAQ, however, down 271. The S&P futures are -3. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Hey, it's Dan Mandis from Super Talk 99.7 WTN and Nashville's Morning News. I'm here with Chris from USS, United Structural Systems. He's checking out my basement, my foundation, my crawl space to see if there's anything wrong. Fingers crossed. All right, so there's good news and there's bad news. The bad news is we found some cracks in my basement wall. The good news, I've got Chris here who's going to walk me through the next steps.
Yes, so unfortunately, your house has been subject to the pressure of the dirt. The hydrostatic pressure, heavy dirt pushes on foundation walls, and you've got a little bit of what we call bowing. So that wall is pushed in a little bit. We have a lifetime warranty solution for that. So we install, usually in a day or two, this can be done in most situations. We install carbon fiber straps, which keep the wall from moving inward at any point in the future. It's a lifetime warranty for anybody that ever owns this house. So it's a quick and routine thing that we do, but it yields some long-lasting benefits.
It's a great selling point if you want to sell your house.
Absolutely. Good thing about our warranties is they're not only transferable, like the contract says, they're automatically transferred when you sell your house. So you'll have to sign any paperwork or even send us an email saying that you sold your house. Warranty would transfer.
Still working a crash scene on Hobson Pike in Antioch, right at Pinhook Road. The intersection there is blocked off. In Luverne, 24 West, past Old Hickory Boulevard South, you've got a crash that's now been pushed off to the right shoulder. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
708 Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Flock cameras in the news. Full details straight ahead. And Joan, so a couple of things.
Yeah.
Number one, people loved the hard rock-ish version of Mark Pote's theme.
Yeah.
People want us to play it again. I'm going to play it again at 7:35. That's number one. Number two, Sam has also come up now with a hip-hop version, which we are going to save for Chris Hand at 8:35 for the crisscross handoff.
Oh, good. I love that.
So, yeah, I think we have given Mark Pote plenty to work with. So if he would, what did you say about the Mark Pote one for hip hop, though? What did you say, Sam?
It sounds ethnically accurate.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we'll go ahead and play that at 8:35, and we'll look forward to hearing that. I'm purposely not playing it now because I don't want to overdo a good thing, but because I would never do that, right, Joan?
Oh, never.
Do you know what somebody
That's
and
silly.
then I'm going to get to business, but earlier we were talking about radio listeners versus people watching on YouTube and so forth. So a while ago, somebody sent me, and I this was fascinating. Do you know what some people are doing with Super Talk? Is they are, and I gotta describe this the right way because I would never do this, just because it's not my style. But so they're watching YouTube in their car. So they've got their phone up on the dash thing.
Yeah.
And then they've got YouTube and it's plugged in through their auxiliary thing and Bluetooth and all that.
Yeah.
So they're bypassing the radio altogether.
Yep.
No, I'm not sure how safe that. I don't know if that's safe, but whatever.
Look, man, do you look at a GPS while you're driving?
Yeah, sure, if I need it.
So if you're just exchanging that for the same second glance at the phone screen.
There's no second glance. It's indefensible, Sam. You just stop it.
I say that I used to watch hockey games on my phone and deliver your Amazon packages.
So hold on though. So Joan, do you have a problem with somebody watching us while driving?
Watching us? That's different.
Oh my God, you're so funny.
I know.
No, I mean, somebody sent me a video a couple of months ago now when this topic came up, and yeah, they actually hook us up through Bluetooth and they just watch the video.
I bet there's some YouTube Premium members out there that are able to lock their phone screen so that they're not tempted to avert their eyes from the roadway. Because the whole thing about how you can't play audio on YouTube with your phone if the screen's locked.
I guess, I don't know.
It's a generational thing.
Okay. So anyway, that is, that's what some people are doing.
He just said you're old.
I know what he said.
Okay, I'm
Joan.
just making sure you got
Oh,
the
I totally
message.
got it. It's a generational thing.
Gotcha.
But because I don't discriminate, I do mean both of you.
Sam, that's enough out of you.
Wow. You'll notice how irritable she gets when she realizes that she's old too. Anyway, moving right along. 7-Eleven on Super Talk 99.7. All right, so flock cameras in the news. Joan, you're reporting on some of this. I'm going to do a bit of an expanded version of this.
Yeah.
State Representative Jason Zachary, representative out of Knoxville, yesterday said the Tennessee General Assembly will consider legislation to regulate LPR cameras, including those produced by Flock Safety, after Knox County Mayor Glenn Jacobs urging county commissioners to temporarily ban the devices, citing the lack of state or federal regulations and guidelines. And so Glenn put out a video asking for more regulations. This is on video and audio.
Today, I am urging our commission to prohibit the use of flock cameras and similar devices in our county. For those of you who don't know, these cameras, technically called automated license plate readers, are motion activated and take a picture of every vehicle which passes by. While license plate readers have been around for a while, because of AI and vastly increased networking and data retention capacities, these flock cameras have capabilities not even imagined in the past.
All right, and certainly that's true. We've all been covering this. I did a big thing on these cameras last week. They do help catch bad guys. We all know. Yes, they do. Story out of Cleveland. Headline, how flock cameras helped catch teen murder suspect in Lorain, Ohio. So some 16-year-old dirtbag actually shot his grandfather, murdered him. So police quickly retrieved his plate information, ran them through their Flock database, had several hits across multiple cities, and caught him within 30 minutes. That, my friends, is how good Flock cameras are at catching bad guys. But the other thing is, right, as good as they are at catching criminals, they can also provide, essentially, it's a database on your life, where you have gone, where you're going to go, and it can be very predictive as to your every single movement.
Older cameras only took a photo of your license plate, which was then retained for a short time. Flock cameras take a photo of your plate, but also use AI to catalog distinguishing features of your vehicle: make, color, model, even bumper stickers. That data is stored in a searchable database for sometimes up to a month or more, depending on the policies of that particular agency. When these cameras are deployed in large numbers, they create a network that can be used to track your movements. Currently, there is no federal regulatory framework governing these devices in place, and the Tennessee laws regulating them were written over a decade ago.
Yep, and more coming up with Glenn Jacobs straight ahead. It is 7:15. Quickly, time to check the roads on WTN. As far as weather goes, a heat advisory today, mix of clouds and sun, high of 98. Feels like 109. Storms possible tonight as well. Good morning, and appreciate you listening to Super Talk 99.7 WTN in Nashville's Morning News. Glenn Jacobs, of course, I believe that he's spot on these Flock cameras. And I got to tell you that the more you learn about Flock cameras, the more you have concerns about them. I know that I certainly did when I was preparing for an interview that I was doing with Hans von Spakovsky last week. By the way, great interview. And I've got a couple of sound bites coming up from that interview. If you want to check it out, we have put it on the podcast. It was last Thursday, as a matter of fact. But the more you realize the possibility of misuse and how incredibly efficient these Flock cameras are at basically constructing your life in a very predictive nature, it is scary. And it is optimal for misuse. Now, do I appreciate very much the fact that they can catch a bad guy who murdered his grandfather within 30 minutes? Absolutely, I do. And maybe the compromise. Hey, Sam, I know you're busy doing some other things, but you want to do a Daily Dan poll real quick on, would you be okay with Flock cameras if the authorities needed a warrant to access the information? Because remember, Joan, that was one of the big things that people were complaining about was these Flock cameras. They don't need a warrant,
right,
to access the info, which is astonishing to me.
It is. Now, Flock, or the defenders of Flock cameras, would say that they only hold the information for a certain period of time.
That doesn't matter.
Right.
It's 30 days.
Right.
It's roughly 30 days.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
If somebody if somebody wants to know, I'm going to awkwardly use you as an example, Joan. So if somebody wants to know, what Joan Jones does on a daily basis, get her car, make and model and license and all that, plug it into the Flock, system, and they can track your every move.
Yep.
It's the same thing with me. So, yeah, it is incredibly creepy. It is ripe with opportunity for people to be able to track down. And we've seen these examples. Exes, family members.
Yeah, so I just looked listen to this. In Milwaukee, a detective named Josu Ayala used Flock secretly to track his romantic partner 124 times and her ex 55 times, leading to a guilty plea for attempted misconduct. In Albany, Georgia, 5 police officers arrested and fired after an internal audit revealed that they used Flock database multiple times for personal non-law enforcement reasons.
5?
5.
Were they colluding together?
I don't know. It doesn't say that.
I could just see a bunch of dirtbag guys tracking, a girl that they feel is hot, a woman they think is hot. I mean, that's the problem.
Right. Cedric, Kansas, police chief, can't pronounce his name, used the system over 200 times across 4 months to stalk his former partner and her new boyfriend.
And here's the other thing, Joan. So if you allow a flock camera access utilizing a warrant, that is different, number one. Number two, though, is that dude did it 200 times and nobody noticed.
Yes.
Nobody noticed.
Yes.
You had in that other, I think it was in Georgia, the 5 cops that were accessing the data. You don't think that the other police officers in the department knew or didn't know that was going on? I'd be willing to bet that they did. If 5 got busted for it, I bet you a lot of other guys knew what was going on. They didn't say anything. So people are accessing the data and nobody is noticing or not saying anything as they access the data and they abuse the data. This is more from Glenn Jacobs.
My fear is that we may be inadvertently creating a warrantless mass surveillance system and undermining the privacy and liberty of our people. So I urge the Tennessee General Assembly and the United States Congress to look at this issue and take necessary action to safeguard our privacy and civil liberties as these new technologies continue to emerge.
All right, so that is Glenn Jacobs. By the way, people letting me know, I know this, but Flock is a brand. It's not there's multiple of these AI-driven kind of cameras. Flock is a brand. Thank you. I appreciate that. I know that. Always appreciate the intel, though. Joan, there's people in my life that are like Flock. You know what I mean? They're like AI. They got all this information. And if I'm in the middle of a show, they'll let me know, hey, by the way, which I appreciate, by the way, very much so. I'm not complaining at all. Let's see here. There's many reasons why these cameras are amazing at crime fighting. But, it all just depends on how these are used. Joan, you just gave some great examples of the data being misused. And I think that every one of those instances, a warrant or requiring a warrant would have stopped all of that abuse, would it not? I think it would have. Hans von, what's that? You don't think so?
There's still plenty of times that authorities operate out of the scope of a warrant and something that requires one. I don't think a piece of paper signed by a judge is necessarily going to be the...
There's got to be... Fair.
There needs to be a temporary use code to the system that comes with the warrant.
There's got to be... So if we... Sam, if you and I were in charge of the Flock data, what safeguards would we put in place to... Oh, you know what I want to do? I'm going to take calls on this.
What? You're going to take calls?
Well, you know what? Here's the thing. Here's what I want to know. All right. So at 7:35, I'm going to take calls from anti-Flock people, which are the majority of the people who listen right now, I think. So I want to know, if you are anti-Flock, what would it take for you to say, okay, I'll accept that? Is it needing a warrant? Is it guardrails? It's got to be, I don't know what. Only certain people are allowed access to the information. What would it take if you're an anti-Flocker? What would it take for you to say, okay, this I will accept? Because, I mean, honestly, there's a lot of reasons why I like Flock cameras. However, I cannot get over the lack of a warrant. And by the way, we're not China, folks. China, they allow for facial recognition as well. These Flock cameras don't, as we've all been reporting. But you could also say that it's well on its way. By the way, I don't understand. They're using this in the UK, yet they still have all of that crime. So they're obviously not using them correctly in the UK. If they're supposed to be stopping crime, you've still got the grooming gangs and you've got all the... Well, it's because they refuse to call out the Muslim influx.
Well, I was going to say, they probably have a filter in their AI software that's like,
Listen,
skin
if it's
shade
a
detector, a certain shade, nope, we're not going to report it.
If it's a Muslim, you don't record it or report it.
Yeah,
that's what they do in the.
But I would start with, it doesn't need to be a privately owned entity. That's where you lose me. Is I don't want a private organization having any kind of access to data that involves me or any private citizen of that matter.
But you want the government to have it.
I would be okay if there was somehow a municipal tie to a local police department where the police department is not necessarily at risk of being locked out of the system.
Okay, so here's what I would say, and Joan, you can chime in on this. So you need a warrant to access the data.
Mm-hmm.
There needs to be one or two people max who are the ones that get the information to try to solve a crime or find a missing person or whatever it is. Okay, so that's number two. Number three, to Sam's point, is you need to sort of restrict access to who has the information, but also maybe no federal access. Like the
TBI.
federal government can't get a hold of it?
Put TBI in charge of the information access and distribution, because then they can go, hey, this 30-day-old footage of 2nd Avenue that no one committed a crime at it needs to be deleted, because that accountability would come into play as to the private company keeping that data and going, well, that's old data. We could delete it.
Do you know what you could do?
Mm.
You know what you could do? You ever been into an evidence locker? Like, you know how they
smell like weed.
Shocking, said no one.
Yes.
So anyway, but with an evidence, it's like a big room. Yep. And they got all the evidence in there for all the different cases. Well, you got to have a check-in, check-out system, from what I understand, where you got to go in, you got to sign your name, where are you going, and the person who has access to all the keys and everything, I guess, walks you back, whatever. But that's how they keep all the evidence secure.
And then you need a court order, most times, to destroy it.
Okay, so why in the world do we not have that for the flock camera information?
Because, and this is where I'm going to go down a conspiracy rabbit hole to a degree, it's similar to how the power lines got put up around this country. Power lines were not put up by the local governments in the state. They were put up by the cable companies. And so the cable companies had a monopoly and control over that. So that's part of the reason why is these cameras have just popped up.
Right.
And it's because it's a private business. Hey, listen, we'll monitor your area. All you got to do is let us put it there. Same thing with the power lines. Hey, look, we'll put up the poles to run power down this street. You just got to give us rain over it.
All right, so at 7:35, I'm going to take calls on this because I want to know what people think. If you're an anti-flocker, what would it take for you to say, okay, I'll go ahead and I will accept the flock cameras under these conditions?
The hand is listening.
The hand is listening?
I just got a Gadsden flag style meme of a raccoon cutting down a flock camera. It says, don't spy on me.
Okay, that's good. By the way, real quick, Hans von Spakovsky audio, who says that he's been watching these court cases, says it will eventually go to the Supreme Court.
There is a case working its way through the courts right now. Two residents of Norfolk, Virginia, which, as you know, big military city, Navy base, etc. They sued, making exactly the claim we're talking about, that these the flock cameras are violating their privacy rights and the Fourth Amendment right that they have in the city of Norfolk. They lost at the trial court or federal district court level, although the judge gave an interesting opinion in which he said, well, it doesn't violate their rights yet. And I think, he was kind of hinting at what I've just said, that it depends on how pervasive this. Anyway, they appealed. That case is now up before the Fourth U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals. And I have no doubt that whichever way the appeals court comes out, the losers are going to appeal that to the Supreme Court. And so we might get a very interesting decision on this.
All right. 727, Super Talk 99.7. Ultimately, it's going to go through the Supreme Court. Joan, what's coming up in the news at 7:30?
Yeah, a teenager has been killed at a local YMCA camp. The details at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Dan Matt is here for Window Nation. If you're thinking about replacing your AC, check out your windows first, because drafty windows force your AC to work overtime. New windows from Window Nation help keep your home comfortable and reduces the strain on your HVAC. The pros at Window Nation, they can help you get new energy efficient windows at a great price right now. You can get 50% off all window styles. You could also get 0 down payment and no payments or interest for 2 years. It's what I love about Window Nation. A lot of my clients, they do their best to save you money in these hard times. Now, Window Nation has an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau, 96% customer satisfaction rating, and over 45,000 5-star reviews, including mine. I've got, count them, 4 Window Nation windows in my home. Don't forget that great deal. 50% off all window styles, and you could get 0 down payment and no payments or interest for 2 years. Find them online, windownation.com. By the way, they are a proud partner of the Wounded Warrior Project. Windownation.com. Use my name, Dan Mandis, windownation.com.
Good morning. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. A teenager attending an overnight YMCA camp in Antioch has been killed in an accident involving a tree. Metro police say 15-year-old Camden Callahan from Virginia was on a hike in the woods Monday morning. Channel 4's Braden Ross picks it up from there.
Metro police say 2 camp counselors were leading the campers on a hike in the woods when they came across a fallen tree leaning against another tree.
You know, you're kids, you don't think about anything dangerous happening. You're running around, you know what I mean?
The counselors said they warned campers not to touch it, but another 14-year-old camper, a friend of Callahan's, grabbed the tree, causing it to fall on the 15-year-old. Counselors and campers were able to lift it off of him, and he was rushed to the hospital where he died.
Metro police say they're investigating the death as an accident. NES is looking for a new chief operating officer. Brent Baker has apparently stepped down. He's now in an advisory role. It's not clear if Baker is taking the fall here for the disastrous winter storm response by NES. And Brian Kohberger, the man convicted of killing 4 Idaho college students, now says he wants to change his guilty pleas and go to trial.
The New York Times reporting that the former PhD criminology student now claims in a new interview with the paper that he was misled into confessing.
Are you pleading guilty because you are guilty? Yes.
For nearly 3 years, the case gripped this country until weeks before the trial, Kohberger admitted to killing each victim to avoid the death penalty.
ABC's Kanya Whitworth there. Legal experts say post-conviction petitions are rarely overturned. That's the latest news.
I've got an idea for Kohberger.
Oh, yeah?
So I say that if he wants to change his plea and go through another trial and all that, and he wants to plead not guilty.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll go ahead and do that, but if you are found guilty, then you are put to death immediately.
Ooh, that sort of raises the stakes.
It does.
Yeah.
Because, I mean...
Stand behind your convictions.
Yeah, if you're so confident that you are going to be found innocent or not guilty, then, okay, then put your life where your mouth is.
By the way, he's representing himself here. So.
Oh, is he really?
Yeah. So
good luck with that.
Yeah, exactly.
All right.
All right. That's the latest news. Traffic weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. By the way, Sam, if you would take the phones off hold, please. If you we're talking about this earlier, if you are an anti-flocker, then call right now once Sam takes the phones off hold. Joan, Sam is so mad at me.
I bet he is.
And well, he's trying to get this other thing done. But 615-737-9986. And I'm going to take your calls. If you're an anti-flocker, what conditions would you accept flock cameras? Need a warrant? They need to be under lock and key, the data, all that kind of stuff. Taking phone calls, 615-737-9986. Dan Matus here for the Wellness Institute of Nashville. Now, if you've been suffering from chronic back pain, neck pain, or knee pain, they can help you like they've helped so many others across Middle Tennessee. Whether it is non-surgical, spinal decompression, or the brand new Medical Bay One, they've always got the latest and greatest technology to help you get off the sidelines and back in the game. They did it for me years ago, and they can do it for you today. This Medical Bay One, by the way, right now, they've got a great deal going on. You mentioned my name. Get $33 off of each visit. It is the Epic Spinal Special. Now, what is Medical Bay One? What it does is it uses that red light technology and stem cell stimulation for tissue regeneration and healing. So have an active summer and feel like the person you used to be, courtesy of the Wellness Institute of Nashville and Dr. Kevin Mitchell. The phone number, 615-246-5009, 615-246-5009, painisbad.com.
Normal volume delays most of the major roads right now. Also in College Grove, it's closed for road work on Bethesda-Arno Road between Bethesda Road and Bond Road. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on into Nashville's Morning News, and it is Tuesday, July 28th. So, Joan, I thought I built it up really well. Not anti-flockers call up and what conditions. I happen to know, Joan Jones, all modesty aside, there are literally thousands of people listening. I couldn't get 6 people to call.
Nuh-uh.
I got one. I got one person that called. So, Brian, I'm going to get to you in a second. I've got to pay off on my teas. Earlier, and by the way, many phone lines are open. 615-737-9986.
Sadly.
I got 10 of them, people.
Joan, this is why. People are busy. People are busy, which is why they don't call. Or they hate me, one of the two. All right, so earlier, we were talking about Mark Pody.
Yeah.
And Mark Pody's jingle, right?
Honesty, integrity, join with me and help Tennessee.
Okay.
MarkPody.com.
So, I'm kind of snarky, and I did say that, I would prefer a heavy metal version of said song. And so we tasked Sam with coming up with a heavy metal version of the song. And I got to tell you, Joan, this thing is kick arse.
Honesty, integrity, join with me and help Tennessee. MarkPody.com. Tennessee, a great place to call home. We can raise our family, work here, build your own business. It's a great place to retire. This is one of the lowest tax states in the nation. We want to keep Tennessee. This is State Senator Mark Pody, and I'm asking for your vote.
I mean, I love that.
Yeah.
Paid for by the campaign to elect Mark Pody, Candace Graham.
Mark Pody. All right, well, we got to write in the song. Now I'm never going to be able to call Mark Pody again. He's going to be Mark Pody. Anyway.
Sure.
So now Sam has a hip hop version, and so we're gonna debut that during the crisscross handoff because I think we all know that I will clearly not like it because I'm anti hip hop, and so Chris will be more likely to appreciate. I'm more of a hard rock kind of guy, and that sounded very Green Day-ish. And I like it. You know what we ought to do? Here's what we're going to do. At 8:35, we'll do a poll, and that poll will be which version do you like better? The hip-hop version, the original Mark Pody version, and or the rock version. So that can be a Daily Dan poll because I haven't done one today. We could do that. All right, now, people have been admonished to Joan, and they actually called the radio station. They want to talk to me. So if you're an anti-flocker, what conditions would be right for you to accept flock cameras? Brian is in Laverne on WTN. Brian, thank you for calling.
Well, Mark Pody just lost my vote.
Oh, come on. Don't be that way. I love Mark Pody. Go ahead.
I do too. I'm kidding.
Right.
I'm really leaning more for the flocks, is what I told Sam. But I am anti under certain conditions, of course. But I'm anti a lot of things. My son was a cop for 8 years, and I'm very pro police, pro ICE. I'm a Trumper.
Mm-hmm.
But if you misuse it, you know what I mean?
That's me.
There are ways, and I think one thing that Sam pointed out about the municipality hookup is, I don't know if that's good enough because we got so many crooks in municipalities and the government, but if you have good people doing good work, they're not going to misuse it. If you have people that are nefarious, I mean, like you said, that one guy 200 times. Come on, my son used to not could access databases depending. It depended on what he wanted to look for. He just couldn't, willy-nilly go in there and start looking at people that he pulled over or wanted to pull over. I mean, there were stereotypes going on.
Well, and Brian, and Brian, I was saying, I appreciate the call. I will say that, for somebody to be able to do it 200 times and not be caught is crazy. And you're right, whether we're talking about the federal government or local municipalities, there's a lot of dirtbags in government by and large. This is Chris calling from the borough on WTN. Hey, Chris.
Hey, we're already under surveillance. You drive around Nashville, and especially at night, and you see all these blue lights on poles. That's police surveillance.
Well, it is surveillance. I don't know if they're flock cameras or not, because remember, there's a difference between LPRs and flock cameras. Flock cameras are powered by and driven by AI, and they're very predictive in nature, and that is not what traditional LPRs are.
Well, I don't know if they're LPRs or not, but I mean, or what they're controlled by.
But Chuck, I should say, Chris, I agree with you that we are under surveillance, and we allow ourselves to be surveilled with our phones. However common, that is our choice. More of your calls coming up next, 7:45. Time to check the roads on WTN. As far as your weather goes, hot today, mix of clouds and sun, high of about 98, going to feel like 109. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News. This is Robert in Williamson County on WTN. Robert, go ahead.
Hey, Dan. So I'm on the fence with the flock cameras as well. I am in law enforcement, and I use flock every day. And I was wanting to, when you were talking about search warrants for flock, are you saying, like, if I want to access flock at all, I'd have to go through the process? If you are, Robert, if you're a police officer, then you need to, or if there is an investigation, there needs to be some sort of a process with which that data is guarded, whether that is a warrant through a judge, or whether that data is just protected and there's only one or two people that have access to it, somebody people trust within the department, and that's who has access to the data. There's not massive access to the data from the federal government or from the police department by and large. The data has to be protected somehow. So to access flock, you have to have a username, password. It sends you a one-time code every time you log in, so that it sends it straight to you for you to log in. When you do a search, you have to put in there twice what the cause of the search is for. I use it a lot for. We've had people hit by other cars. I've had e-bikes hit children on bikes and take off, and we've gotten a description of the vehicle, and then you have to put in there what you're searching for, and then every time you call 911, it pops up a call. There's a call number for each call that you're given. You got to take that call number and put it into the system before to even search for whatever vehicle you may be looking for.
Hey, Robert, are you a police officer?
Yeah, I'm on duty right now.
Okay, all right. So do you feel like the data is safeguarded?
So I do like the idea of moving it from a private entity to, say, just like how we keep up with our body cameras and dash cameras and all of our records and stuff like that. Everything else we search is through a government top agency, NCIC, Thor, different things like that we use is all government. Flock
is the only system that I know of that is a private entity that we use. But with that being said, I don't know. Right now, it's kind of affordable. Small agencies are able to do it because of this. I don't know if we moved it to some kind of governmental thing, the cost of that would go up. And second, like we've got town or little neighborhoods in my city that the HOA goes out and purchases block cameras to put in their neighborhoods because they're tired of break-ins, vehicle burglaries, things like that.
Well, no, and the HOA will get people. And Robert, thanks for the call and thanks for what you do. The HOA will also get people who are speeding through the development, through the neighborhood. I mean, I've lived in neighborhoods where people will just speed through because it's a cut through from a major road. So there's a lot of different ways and reasons for people to have flock cameras. It's not only, as he said, it's not only law enforcement. It is also, I guess you can get them for, HOAs and that kind of a thing, which, I mean, Joan, can you imagine all the Karens who are part of the HOA getting your information?
I couldn't even begin to imagine. No.
Brian is Brian's driving along whatever highway. Brian, how are you?
Oh, I'm doing all right. How you doing?
I'm good. Go ahead, sir.
All right. Well, I think they need to have some sort of, it's almost like two-factor authentication, but in this case have somebody that has the very stringent background check on them that oversees anybody getting on it. So it's not just, like Robert, I don't want to say anything bad about him doing it, but he has a lot of leeway doing that. Yeah, he has to put reasons in there, but it's got misused because there's not enough oversight.
That's exactly right. There needs to be oversight on the data. And I don't think two-factor authentication is going to do it. I think that you need to have one person, and Brian, thanks for the call. You need to have one person or a couple of people in charge of this information. And then here's the other thing that I would say, Brian, is that if it's found out that you are allowing that information to be released and it's being abused in some sort of a way, then you're held accountable. Somebody's got to be held accountable. Brian, thank you. This is Ed on WTN in Lawrenceburg. Hey, Ed, go ahead.
Good morning. As far as the flock cameras go, like it has been already mentioned, there's a lot of good reasons to use them, but there's also, as you say, the potential for extreme abuse. I think there needs to have be sure that every access or every time somebody accesses it, that is logged, that there can be tracked, and for that information to be utilized to penalize somebody, a warranty would be required, something that would, so they could trace back who actually looked at it. And if it's going to be used by law enforcement, then that probably is already tracked, but that needs to also be tracked. And I like the two-party authentication idea. Not that you can identify, that you're identified, but that the supervising agency has to okay it.
So here's Ed, here's what I'm thinking, and I appreciate the call. So I think what I'm hearing is multi-factor authentication, but also there's got to be somebody paying attention to if one person, like in I think it was Joan's example, one person logging in 200 different times or whatever it was to track his girlfriend and the ex. I mean, somebody's got to be paying attention and noticing that. Last call on this, Kyle in Centerville. Appreciate you calling on WTN.
Yes, sir. I just bet against the flock cameras. I think ain't nothing going to beat good old-fashioned police work.
And I get that. So you are against the flock cameras, is what you're saying?
Yes. Sir.
Is there any guardrails that would, because that's what I'm trying to get to, are there any guardrails that you would put on the flock cameras so that you would accept them?
You need like a board to go over them and have somebody accountable.
Okay. See that, and Kyle, that's what I'm asking for. So if
Like the police in our town, my house got broken into 4 years ago, and I wrote a report, had a written statement from the guy that broke into it. They lost it, and now the sheriff won't even fill out a report. So it's like nothing beats good old fashioned police work.
Okay, so you would accept flock cameras if, I'm assuming, if there is a warrant, number one. Number two, oversight of the data. That to me is the most important thing, and that's one thing with, I think, all of these calls have had in common, is people just want that data to be guarded, so that they can't use this sort of predictive nature of flock cameras, so that they know what you're doing at all times. Would that be the compromise?
Yes, and I'm not sure the government would be an entity that can control it, because every time government is putting their fingers in something, it blows out, and like the guy before said, it just blows the money out of proportion.
Yeah, no, Kyle, I get it. Jonah, who would be, would that be like, who would be the flock czar, the data czar?
Somebody who would be very vulnerable, because, I mean, who wouldn't want to pay that person off?
That's exactly right. So I don't know. But it does seem like, though, we do have come to a collective agreement here on Nashville's Morning News that if you're an anti-flocker like Kyle in Centerville, then he would come around if the data is safeguarded. And I think that that's where kind of I'm at, is, I don't know, I see the benefits of flock cameras, but I also am really worried about flock cameras because of the data. And so my problem is my worries outweigh how much I love that bad guys are getting caught very quickly. Because innocent people like me and you, Joan, not Sam, but innocent people like me and you, we can be tracked.
Yeah.
And
I cannot. I'm Jason Bourne.
Are you Jason Bourne?
Yeah.
Okay, very good. Anyway, it's 7:57. Joan's got the news coming up at 8. Joan.
Yeah, coming up, it is 5 months as of today since the start of the war in Iran. We've got some updates on that, what's happening at the White House today at 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Is your update, Joan, on Iran, is it what they threatened yesterday?
I actually have that coming up in the next newscast.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because what they did I think I'm going to mention it in my next segment.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
You're good.
Yeah. If I were Trump and Iran, threatened to kill Melania in Barron, which is what they're doing now,
All right, I'm going to do it in this newscast.
I would want to nuke them too. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Absolutely.
All right, it is 7:58, Dan here. For covered patio, warmer weather means that you want to spend more time outside. Now, if you want to add more living space to your home, think about building or upgrading your patio. Now, at the covered patio, they've got motorized screens so that you can easily keep the patio open when you want some sun and closed when you want some shade. So your back screened-in porch becomes a lot more enjoyable. Now, at the covered patio, they've got a ton of outdoor living options. They do have those motorized screens, patio covers, custom wooden decks, and outdoor structures as well. They've got a lot of options with styles for every budget at the covered patio. They are dedicated to fair prices and customized solutions for your specific home and your specific space. So enjoy your home a lot more with an incredible patio upgrade from the covered patio. Reach out to the covered patio. Tell them Dan told you to reach out at 615-695-2407, 615-695-2407. Online, thecoveredpatio.com, thecoveredpatio.com.
Good morning, 8 o'clock. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories, and this marks 5 months since the start of the war in Iran, and President Trump continues his efforts to make peace through diplomacy.
President Trump is set to host back-to-back meetings with Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu and Ukrainian President Zelenskyy. It will be Trump's first face-to-face meeting with Netanyahu since the Iran war began exactly 5 months ago. The White House originally predicted the war would only last a matter of weeks. With the war now entering a 6th month, there's a fragile pause in the fighting. President Trump insists friendly talks with Iran are ongoing.
That's ABC's Karen Hua. Some Smyrna residents are waking up to no water today. News 2's Megan Fee says this is a planned outage.
It started just at about 5 o'clock this morning, and town officials say it will last 4 hours. Crews are connecting a new water line along Enon Springs Road. Residents from Meade Avenue to Old Nashville Highway, including all of Nora Peebles Lane, will experience this outage.
Those affected were notified in advance. Just across the Tennessee border overnight, a baby was found dead inside a home. Happened during an investigation into that home. WSMV4's Holly Thompson.
Police say the 1-year-old child was subjected to extreme neglect and forced to live in dangerous and hazardous conditions. Alexandra Price and Devin Williams are both facing criminal child abuse charges.
And the investigation continues. Police say there may be more charges coming. Iran is out with a new disturbing video that targets Melania and Barron Trump, encouraging the viewer to assassinate the First Lady and threatens Barron too. Now, this video shows images of the First Lady in her motorcade and at locations around New York City that she's known to visit. In it, Iran claims these outings could be, quote, suitable for operations by global freedom fighters and suggests using a nerve agent to poison clothing she might purchase. White House watchers noticed last weekend when President Trump attended the Correspondents' Dinner without the First Lady. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management online at beaconcm.com. And looks like things are looking up on the Wall Street futures market at the moment. Dow futures up 497. Now, NASDAQ futures are still in the minus column by 200. S&P futures are plus 8. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Big problems in Lebanon this morning on I-40 westbound. There is a crash reported at Lebanon Murfreesboro Road. That's exit 238. And traffic is very backed up because of it. Brentwood 65 southbound side before Old Hickory Boulevard South. You've got a crash and it takes out the right lane. Lebanon Pike in Nashville, an accident with heavy inbound delays right at Spence Lane. And you've got an accident in East Nashville on Gallatin Avenue at Greenwood Avenue. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Joan, I'm not going to even give a time check.
Okay, that's good.
I'm so
Probably
late.
best.
I'm so late, and I apologize. I'm actually having fun. Do you know what an Easter egg is, Joan?
Yeah, it's an egg.
No,
that
like
has
in a movie,
Oh.
or maybe kind of a
or a video game.
An Easter egg is like a wink to the hardcore fans.
Okay.
Okay, is that basically what I got then? Okay, so people are now sending me. Remember, I don't know if you were at the show when we were talking about jingles and how I wanted to jingle.
Yeah.
And so a bunch of people sent me jingles.
Yeah.
And so Mr. Bill from Hendersonville has resent his, and I don't think I ever played it on the air. It's 2 minutes long. I'm not going to play it here. We're going to have fun with jingles at 8:35. But I'm listening to Mr. Bill from Hendersonville, his jingle for the morning show.
Yeah.
It's got some Easter eggs in it where he talks about you, and he talks about Sam, and he talks about Chris, and it's like little inside jokes for everybody. So it's actually really good, and it's really rock and roll.
Nice.
So I'm going to play that coming up. We're talking, and how this whole thing started is we were having fun with Mark Pote's jingle because
it haunts my dreams.
Because it haunts Sam's dreams, and so, but
So dang catchy.
It's not a knock on Mark Pote at all. But I said that I would like a heavy metal version, so Sam was able to come up with a heavy metal version of Mark Pote's little jingle there. And we'll replay it at 8:06 because we also, in honor of Chris Hand,
8:35.
8:35. That's what I said. That's what I said. 8:35. What? And so at 8:35, we're going to play the hip hop version of Mark Pote's jingle in honor of Chris Hand. So that's what I'm going to do. We're just going to have fun with jingles and actually try to get to some content as well in the 8:35 to 9 o'clock. Sound like a plan? Joan?
Yeah, sounds
Okay,
like
good.
a game plan.
Joan's like, can you just leave me alone? I've got news to do. Okay, fine. It's cool. Moving right along then. Donald Trump was on stage last night. I think this was in Michigan. Needs some video. And he had a heckler.
But now all of that is changing because I placed historic tariffs on foreign producers.
So you can hear the guy screaming in the background.
Can you hear what he's screaming?
I happen to know what he's screaming, Joan.
Okay.
Welcome back to the program. Totally kidding.
You're funny.
She's calling him a pedo protector. He is calling Donald Trump a pedo protector. So this is how Donald Trump responded.
And manufacturers, including a 25% tariff on foreign automobiles, something that no other president had the courage to ever do.
And now people are like, dude, shut up. And they're starting to look back and, tell the guy to stop. And you can tell Trump's getting really mad.
He's a communist. He's a communist.
So he points right at the guy and he says, he's a communist, as people are starting to chant USA.
Thank you. He's a communist. We're running against communists. Now, this is great.
I mean, listen, Donald Trump is right, and I do like how he handled the situation. Although I did personally, one of my all-time favorite Donald Trump moments, I don't have the audio with me, and I doggone it wish I did, where, I don't know if you remember this, Joan, where he was, I think, running in his for the first time, and somebody was heckling him or whatever, and Trump said, throw him out. Don't even give him his coat. Remember that? Do you remember that? Oh my goodness gracious! It was an epic Donald Trump moment, and I loved it.
How did he get in?
Is that it? Did you
Get
find
him out. Throw him out into the cold. Don't give him their coat. No coat.
Oh, so it was cold wherever he was.
No
Throw him
coats.
out into the cold.
No coat. No, I that again. I've got a lot of favorite Donald Trump moments. That was most definitely one of them. So this is what is going on, though. When Donald Trump says, and I got some video here, when Donald Trump says that, we're running against communists, I mean, that is most certainly the truth. A lot of people are laughing, by the way. So over the weekend, Shannon Bream, do you remember he had that communist where she had like the red glasses, and clearly she's never met a Big Mac that she didn't like. And they just started rattling off, okay, what do the Democrat Socialists stand for?
So we're going to put up on the screen a few of the things that are part of your platform. And I want to ask you, just give me sort of a true or false on these. Abolish the Senate. True. Okay. Replace the presidency and Supreme Court as we now know them. Yep. Abolish ICE. Absolutely. Abolish borders and give amnesty to anyone currently in the U.S. illegally. As a long-term plan, yep. Defund the Pentagon. Absolutely. Abolish prisons, at least in large part. Yeah, again, that as part of a long-term program, yeah. Okay, so no prisons. Government or public ownership of most large corporations. Yeah, absolutely.
So that moment, or 46 seconds, went viral. And yeah, that is what they want to do. Abolish police, abolish prisons, no more deportations, abolish ICE, tax the rich. It goes on and on. Coming up next, I'm going to share a meme with you that's actually very funny. I'll describe it for radio folks. I'll show you on YouTube and Facebook and all that. But it's really funny. And it is so apropos, and it's coming up next. 8:15, time to check the roads on WTN. Thank you very much. As far as your weather for today, it's going to be incredibly hot. What do we got, Joan, for a high? Is it not? I've buried
98.
my weather. 98 degrees, going to feel like 109.
Yeah.
All right. So if you're watching on Super Talk TV, possible storms later as well. If you're listening on the radio, I'm going to describe this. If you're watching on Super Talk TV, you see this meme. So it's, it's a communist and basically... weird haircut, purple hair, and it says this: I have depression and anxiety. I'm confused about my gender. I'm unemployed and in serious debt. I spend most of the money I do have on weed, hair dye, and anime. I'm vegan, but still overweight due to zero impulse control. Now, let me tell you how to fix the country. See, I think that's very funny. And by the way, it's got a bunch of stickers on or pins on the jacket that he, she, it is wearing. Marijuana leaf, a peace sign, and a bunch of other stuff. Very funny. If you want to see it, follow me on X at Dan Mandis Show. So, that I think for a lot of people, that is how we look at these communists. And so as I've been saying, you can't have two clear choices right now: Republicans versus communists. And it's actually, pretty great because I believe that America is going to win every single time. I do. So now there is this battle going on in the Democrat Party. John Fetterman, of course, as you know, is on the side of, I would say, decency and common sense in America. But I feel like he's actually... it's an uphill battle for John Fetterman. He was on Fox News, and he was talking about the socialists that have infected his party. This is John Fetterman on Fox News.
So socialism, that should be the unacceptable view, in the Democratic Party. We all should be capitalists. There's also been kind of like a double standard. People, whether it's Sanders or other people, they're allowed to criticize Democrats, and they can even create mass chaos, like in the main race and other thing. I call out the extreme ones, then that's when I get the criticism, and I get that. What's more controversial, like, why are you going on Fox? Or why are you going to support Israel? Like, that shouldn't be controversial. I'm going to have a conversation with anyone that's going to play it straight as you and Fox has.
And, the conversation over Israel is something we can always talk about. We have been talking about it here on WTN. But he's simply saying, right, that socialism should not be part of, or the entirety of, their party, which it is clearly is becoming. So now you have these folks just, going after Fetterman, who, I don't know if you remember this, Joan, but it was just a few years ago, John Fetterman was the absolute darling of the Democrat Party.
It was the amazing flip on this man. And personally, how I feel about him has amazingly flipped as well. Do you find yourself in the same, like when he was trying to stay in office?
Right.
And I think he began to run for office after his stroke, right?
Good question. I think he started running for office, then he had the stroke. Then he, of course...
He got elected anyway.
The whole thing.
I thought it was such a fraud. And then now I feel like, thank goodness he's here.
I was actually got a little bit of hate from folks because I defended... Do you remember the controversy over him wearing like his sweatshirts in Congress?
Yeah.
And people freaked out about that. And I think I was one of the only guys that was like, okay, so we're trillions of dollars in debt, and that was all done with people wearing pantsuits and suits. So I'm not going to...
Yeah.
I'm not going to get all worked up. Stand by. I'm not going to get worked up over a guy in a sweatsuit.
Yeah.
Or in a sweatshirt. But anyway, so we talked about this earlier, where you've got... what is this guy's name in Michigan? Or is it Pennsylvania? Abdul El Said. What's his name?
Oh, yeah, you got it right.
Did I get it right?
Yeah.
Where he calls. I call
him Al Duki.
Al Duki, where he calls Fetterman an ogre on a spike.
Just earlier this week, we heard that there was some kind of a Zoom call in which you had referenced an opponent as ogre on a pike. And so many people took offense to that. And it really pointed to the bigger question about the tone and tenor that you've been accused of having in this campaign. Do you regret any of the comments that you've made? And do you think that this race could take a more productive and a more substantive tone if we kept those personal slams out? Look, I took to Twitter last week and said that the tone in which people talk about my opponent is unkind, and I asked anybody who supported me to not talk about her that way. In fact, when she got booed on the stage at the Michigan Democratic Party convention, I called her personally and said that that was unkind. My supporters had nothing to do with it, but I don't think that that's the way we want to do politics. I was referring to a guy named John Fetterman, who's a senator from Pennsylvania, who has done terrible things, got elected on a set of values, and is now completely throwing those values in the mud.
What's so interesting about how he says John Fetterman has done terrible things, as this guy is no doubt a supporter of Hamas, right?
He campaigns with Hassan Piker.
He campaigns with Hassan Piker, who, from what I understand, I don't watch him, but you were telling me, Sam, on the background of Hassan Piker's podcast, he's got what?
He's added recently, he's got a framed front page newspaper of the tower being struck by the airplane. The same man that said that we deserved 9/11. The same man that also platformed Mamdani to be elected mayor of New York, who
wanted to see blood in the streets
and now
conservatives. Yeah,
you got Mamdani refusing, not to sidetrack, he's refusing to honor the wishes of the 9/11 families, and he's going to insist on going.
Yeah, we talked about that yesterday, where Mamdani, the 9/11 families are literally saying, we don't want you at the 9/11 ceremonies on September 11th of 2026. And Mamdani has said, I'm going. I don't care about your feelings. I don't care about your wishes. I am going to go. And of course, Sam and I snarkily off the air said, oh yeah, he's going to honor the families. He's probably going to honor the families of the hijackers.
Yup.
Anyway, back to the Democrats, though. We had a shock poll the other day because, according to CNN, the voters believe that Republicans are more trusted in their dealings with Iran than the Democrats are. Now, you've got Harry Enton and CNN. They're presenting this. They're presenting these numbers, which I will tell you, I was a little surprised with. But listen.
Two of them together, and you can see that the American people, simply put, are not buying what Democrats are selling on Iran. They still trust Republicans more, even if you look at President Trump's approval ratings on the subject, and they're negative too, but yet Republicans and Trump still more trusted than Democrats are in Iran.
So this is crazy. So CNBC, GOP +2 in dealing with Iran. And on CBS News, Trump GOP +2 in dealing with Iran over the Democrats. I mean, it is really fascinating. I mean, let's be honest. This whole excursion, which is, I think, what Donald Trump is calling it, this whole excursion into Iran has not been going well.
Has there been any change over time?
No, and this is even more surprising, right? You might think, okay, as the war has gone on and on and on, you might think, hey, the Democrats would be gaining ground in terms of trust that the American people would give them on Iran. If anything, it's the opposite. It's the opposite.
Yep. I mean, he's absolutely right. Now, one of the things that they also talk about is that everybody does seem to agree that the approval rating of the Democrats is not good, and it's going down over the last several months. And there's obviously only one reason. The only reason the approval ratings of the Democrats are going down is because people simply are not digging the socialism or the communism.
How possible is it that part of this is just that Americans don't like Democrats in Congress much at all?
Yeah, I think this is a big part of it. The Democratic Party in the minds of the American public are weak, to quote the great Tony Blair. I mean, just look at this. Just look at these net approval ratings of Democrats in Congress. In late February, at the beginning of the war, it was minus 41 points, minus 39, minus 39. And so you're just looking at these numbers right here, and you go to yourself, no wonder what's going on at this point, that Democrats simply put cannot take the ball and run with it and actually in the polls be trusted more than run, because the Democrats in Congress simply put are not well liked. In fact, these are the three lowest on record in terms of percentage points for the approval for Democrats in Congress. So it all puts together a picture. Donald Trump and Republicans may not be liked, but Democrats in Congress are really hated.
So late February, minus 41 as far as approval ratings for Democrats, net approval ratings. May and July, minus 39. So, yeah, you know what? We may have our own problems in our family here on the GOP, the Republican side, but we are nowhere near the problems of the Democrats. 8:25, Joan's got the news at 8:30. Joan.
Yeah, coming up here, Instagram is accused of ignoring employees who brought concerns about the platform to their superiors. It's coming up at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. 8:25, Dan here. Good news and bad news. You know, the Glock store, they had that amazing O-Site VIP experience a few weeks ago. It sold out pretty quickly. You know, we talk about the incredible events at the Glock store all the time. You've got to jump on these because they do sell out really quickly. But here's the good news. Coming up on Saturday, August 8th, you can still get some access to those O-Site optics because it is O-Site Day on Saturday, August 8th. That's right. You are going to get free hands-on range time, great O-Site giveaways, and exclusive indoor discounts, food trucks, and a whole lot more at the Glock store. It is free O-Site Day, Saturday, August 8th. The reviews on these O-Site optics have been amazing. Now, you can check them out for yourself. Saturday, August 8th. The whole thing begins at 9 o'clock in the morning, goes till 6 o'clock at night. So again, save the date, Saturday, August 8th. The Glock store, it is where I still go for all my guns, all my ammo, and my training as well. Check them out today, glockstore.com, shoot270.com. The Glock store, minutes from the airport, worth the drive from anywhere.
Good morning. It's now 8:31. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. The U.S. Senate has advanced the nomination of Manhattan U.S. Attorney Jay Clayton to be the top U.S. spy. Clayton is expected to be fully approved tonight. He will fill the role vacated in June when Tulsi Gabbard stepped down to care for her husband. The trial over just how addictive Instagram is for kids continues in Nashville today. Yesterday, a former Meta employee testified as the state's first witness.
I told him that there was a critical gap in the way that the company understood and dealt with harm. I told him numbers about 13 to 15-year-olds experiencing harm on the platform. And I told them things that the company could do about it to help deal with those harms.
What year was that?
That was in 2021.
Okay. Did Mr. Zuckerberg ever respond to you?
No, he never replied.
Now, the state of Tennessee is accusing Meta of making its platforms like Instagram intentionally addictive to kids. The Pentagon announcing it has awarded $10 million to the MicroWorks Foundation. It'll help train young Americans for some AI-proof six-figure jobs.
We've got a skills gap that is not only affecting the population at large, it's impacting our national security. We're looking for the next generation of submarine builders and ship builders and people who can work on sophisticated weapon systems.
If you'd like to find out more about that, visit microworks.org. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. We've got the Dow Jones Industrial starting on the plus side this morning. It's up 309 right now, but the NASDAQ is falling 182. S&P 500 index is down 12 points. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 833, Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here, Mark Spain, Real Estate. Listen, friends, if you're stuck in a home that you cannot sell, call my friends at Mark Spain Real Estate. If your open houses are being ignored, call Mark Spain. If you're tired of making costly repairs while your home goes unsold, call Mark Spain. It's their guaranteed offer. It does keep you in control. You are going to get out of your home fast and with maximum profit. Mark Spain Real Estate has over 72,000 clients. They are the #1 most reviewed real estate company in America with 13,000 five-star reviews. And simply put, they cannot be wrong. Now, Mark Spain Real Estate is the company that I recommend for selling your home. Call them right now, Mark Spain Real Estate. Get out of your home fast and move on to the next chapter in your life. It's 855-299-SOLD. 855-299-SOLD for Mark Spain Real Estate. MarkSpain.com is where you go on the web, MarkSpain.com, to get a guaranteed offer on your home today and start packing.
In Lebanon this morning on 40 westbound at Lebanon exit number 238. You've got stop and go traffic this morning because of an accident involving a minivan. It's facing the wrong way right now. Watch it in that area. Bethesda Arno Road and College Grove. It's closed at the moment. There's road work happening between Bethesda Road and Bond Road. And also in Brentwood on 65 southbound side before Old Hickory Boulevard South. You've got a crash off to the right shoulder. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Honesty, integrity, join with me and help Tennessee. MarkPody.com, Tennessee.
There you go.
A great place to call home. We can raise our family, work here, build your own business. It's a great place to retire. This is one of the lowest tax states in the nation. We want to keep Tennessee. This is State Senator Mark Pody, and I'm asking for your vote. MarkPody.com.
Please let it be over.
I think that's.
To elect Mark Pody, Candace Graham, treasurer.
All right, we're done.
They need to run that on 92Q and 101.1 The Beat. They need to get that everywhere.
So we're having fun for people that are just joining us. We're having fun with need some audio with the Mark Pody jingle because I had said
it's the GOAT of jingles
earlier today. Well, I mean, I believe that it needs a heavy metal version.
Honesty, integrity,
the Barry Manilow version.
Join with me and help Tennessee. MarkPody.com.
Tennessee, a great place to call home. We can raise our family, work here, build your own business. It's a great place to retire. This is one of the lowest tax states in the nation. We want to keep Tennessee. This is State Senator Mark Pody, and I'm asking for your vote.
MarkPody.com.
Paid for by the campaign to elect Mark Pody.
Candace Graham, treasurer.
All right, very good. So, I mean, it's fine as far as jingles go, I suppose. But, I am partial, not certainly to hip hop, but I am partial to heavy metal.
Honesty, integrity, join with me and help Tennessee. MarkPody.com.
Gets better.
Tennessee, a great place to call home. We can raise our family, work here, build your own business. It's a great place to retire. This is one of the lowest tax states in the nation. We want to keep Tennessee. This is State Senator Mark Pody, and I'm asking for your vote.
I mean,
that's hilarious.
I love that. So here's what I'm going to do. Daily Dan poll. Which version do you like better? The original, the heavy metal version, or the hip hop version? Now, Joan,
I gotta say, there was a distinct lack of rhyming in the hip hop version. It needed more rhymes.
Well, the problem is they're dealing with the original, which is
not rhyming as
not
well.
not rhymey in the least, because it sounds like Barry Manilow.
So if he was to run these on other stations, right?
Yeah.
Would that be considered code switching? Like AOC when she comes down to Tennessee and she's got the Southern Belle accent.
You know what? It could be, actually.
Should Mark Pody code switch depending on which format he's talking about?
Sure.
Because Mark Pody sounds like a very big black man in that last one.
Does he, Joan?
I didn't know he was black.
I didn't know that either.
Well, okay. So just to clear up any confusion, he's not.
He's not.
That we know of.
All right, moving right along.
He could be albino.
Could be 3% West African.
So
have they run an Ancestry and Me on Mark Pody?
I don't know.
23andMe him.
23andMe him. Anyway, so Joan, which
By
one
the
do you
way, I don't like any of those sites. They're selling your DNA.
Actually, I'm probably the only person in America who has not done that. I refuse.
I will not do that.
No, I'm not doing it.
Joan, which one do you like best, by the way? The original, hip hop, or heavy metal? I like the heavy metal version myself.
I really like the end of the heavy metal version when he starts screaming it.
Yeah.
That's like awesome.
I know. It makes me feel all, like American and stuff. It says a little Kid Rock in there. Is what it
Green
sounded
Day.
like. See, I thought it sounded like Green Day.
He should use that for a TV ad and just take a 12 gauge of some Bud Light, light off some fireworks.
It's exactly what he should do.
Free
actually.
an eagle.
So then we started talking about jingles, and I recalled, we were talking about this like way earlier, and how I didn't have a jingle. The company, of course, doesn't have the money to pay for a jingle for yours truly. We don't even have a TV anymore. So,
Well, Dan.
What?
You're not
What'd
upset,
I do?
are you?
I didn't do anything. It's only been 3 weeks. Anyway, so this is Mr. Bill from Hendersonville. Now, if you listen close, there's what an Easter egg is, right? There's Easter eggs for everybody in here.
Full of jelly beans.
Yeah, jelly beans, like just little inside jokes.
Well, the sun's just coming up and the coffee's still brewing. There's a show on the air with headlines are spewing. The alarm clocks are screaming, though he's barely alive. And the man Mendes is on every morning at 5. While some are still sleeping and some are snoring. It's Nashville's morning news. It's not there in the morning. Information fueled and opinion driven. You're invited to tune in and give it a listen. At 99.7 on your FM dial. They've even got jokes to make you smile. The show's on the air with opinion still forming. It's Nashville's morning news. It's Mendes in the morning. John Jones reads the news with a calm, steady tone and wonders when Dan will break his new microphone. Sam's in his booth pushing buttons without fear, wondering how he's still trapped in the job year after year. There's news and there's weather and the latest traffic warnings. It's Nashville's morning news. It's Mendes in the morning. If Canadian man can make it for his crisscross handoff when he hears a Dan joke you can beat to heel street, Dan's Marconi Award winner is anything but boring. Dan will get your day going, and soon you'll be soaring. So grab your mug, crack it up, let the chaos begin. Here's your invite to join your morning drive time friends. You'll be glad you're not sleeping. Have you stopped all that snoring? It's Nashville's morning news. It's Mendes in the morning.
The problem is, though, I gotta live up to that.
It's sick.
You know what I mean?
You should run that at 5. Like that should be how you kick off the show.
Really? With that?
Like legit, you should.
It's awfully. I mean, it's awfully long. I'd have to cut out the parts of it. By the way, I want to make sure. Sam, did you hear the lyric about you? Because I know you're busy in there.
Yes, I did.
Oh, Sam's all salty now.
I'm not salty.
Sam's like, why am I still in this job?
So it's hard to hear it. So do you have the write out of it?
The lyric sheet?
Yeah.
Oh, it's funny you should ask that, Joan.
Okay, good.
I do. I do have that. And let's see here. It's somewhere. Yeah, I do. Why? What?
Okay, so what does he say about Sam?
Joan Jones reads the news with a calm, steady tone and wonders when Dan will break his new microphone. Sam's in his booth pushing buttons without fear, wondering how he's still trapped in this job year after year. Let's see here. If Canadian man, that's you, Chris, if Canadian man can make it for his crisscross handoff, when he hears a Dan joke, you can bet he will scoff.
I like how he says, if you can make it.
Yeah. He says, WTN's Marconi Award winner is anything but boring. Dan will get your day going, and soon you'll be soaring. So grab your mug, crank it up, let the chaos begin. Here's your invite to join your morning drive friends. And goes on and on. So
it's very nice. Very good.
Yeah, I like it. I did like it. Mr. Bill from Hendersonville.
Yeah, you need to run that.
You think you really? Well,
I really do.
So Pamela Furr did a bunch for me. Oh, Lord, I don't know which one to do. Real quick, because I don't want to make this all about me. But clearly.
Anytime you go, you're riding with the voice you know. It's a Dan Mandy Show. Dan Mandy's talking about the things you live and know. True talk, ready to go.
I changed my mind. Use this one.
It's a Dan Mandy Show.
You like that?
It sounds like a Nickelodeon intro.
I know.
Daytime, anytime you go, you're riding with the voice you know. It's the Dan Mandy Show. That's why you're talking about the things you live and know. Truth, talk, ready to go. Turn it up. It's the Dan Mandy Show.
Wow.
I love it.
I don't like that one
They're both so good, Joan. What are you talking about?
because it
They
said
they should both run 'em.
running with the boys. You know, I'm not a boy.
Hit the growl. Joan's upset again.
Talking truth you need to know. Turn it up, let your freedom grow.
So I do stuff like this.
Dan Mandy Show.
What app are they using?
I don't know.
That's really good,
What is it?
actually.
Pamela, if you're
Suno.
listening, what app are you using to do that? Because she sent these to me a long time ago.
Yeah.
I mean,
We gotta mess with those.
okay, so she used Suno.
Suno.
S-U-N-O? Suno?
Is it free?
No. I mean, you can make, I made a couple today, but like after it doesn't necessarily prompt all that well in the free version. So it'll make you go through your free 10 songs before you have to wait 15 minutes to get another one to be made.
You know how much Suno costs a month?
$30.
Too much. Oh, I'm sorry. It's $30 a month?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, I can't.
so Sam, so I said, well, Sam, how much is it? Because maybe I'll just pop for, and he says $30 a month. And I'm like, no, there's not enough. Although, you know, we could, if we pop for the $30 a month. Did you say that you had a Joan Jones? We're going to do, so, you know, in 535.
Oh, yeah.
We do Jones World.
Yeah.
And so every single morning, I go, Jones World, right? Because I'm dumb.
Oh, yeah, we need a jingle.
Well, so it wants
so
to do
Sam may have come up with something with Suno.
I said do it to the rhythm and tune of Wayne's World theme from the Mike Myers movie, but it kind of went more Beach Boys.
Jones Mike Myers. Jones World.
No, not that one.
Jones World. Jones World. Jones World. It's video clip time on 9097.
It's pretty awful, but
It kind of cuts off there at the end there, Sam. I don't know what to say about that.
This is the free version for you.
Jones World. Jones World.
Like a little Bohemian Rhapsody.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
Yeah.
Keep working on it, Sam.
I'm not paying for it.
I actually thought the first one you did with the little drum intro thing was kind of cool.
Well, the thing is that it makes like 3 or 4 versions at once, and then it doesn't tell you which one they are.
You should save that last one as a hotkey, though. It's just cringy
It's
enough.
just cringy enough.
This one?
Jones World. It's video clip time on 99.
No, there was the quicker one that you did.
That's pretty bad, though, especially because we're a radio station and you're talking about video clips. But
Jones World.
I kind of like this. You know what that is? Our house, in the middle of our street. That's what that is.
Jones World. It's video clip time on 9097.
9097.
1997. Whatever. Stop it. I can't take it anymore.
Retarded robots.
All right. So which version of the Mark Pody jingle did people like on the
rock metal one?
There you go, rock metal one. And by the way, Sam did all these. So I mean, kudos to you, Sam. You know, with any amount of luck, you'll be out of this job in like a week.
Yeah,
Mr. Bill will have to cut a new jingle.
Well, by the way, when you leave, your jingles stay with us. Sam's like, yeah, I'll
For
be
a
sure.
fee.
I'll be sure and leave them for you, man. Just sure.
Yeah.
Behind a paywall.
Absolutely.
Oh.
Actually, you know what the funny thing is about working in radio? Sam, you may not even know this, but Chris does, and Joan may know this, but literally whatever we come up with while we're employed here, the company owns.
I read the arbitration agreement.
Yeah, sorry, the arbitration agreement, right. Yeah.
I have my own thoughts on the agreements that I'm not able to disclose on the air.
Okay, very good.
The ones you already signed off on, those.
Those ones.
Yeah. No, we need to move on. I can.
How about that TV, Jen?
How about that TV? All right, very good. Are you excited for August 6th?
I'm so excited.
With our big hype, a big show from
I thought you were talking
Hot
about
Springs.
when you finally admit that you're voting for Monty Fritz.
No, that's not that's not where I'm going. I'm trying to promote
I have John Rose on the show.
Yeah.
And I wonder if he'll be more truthful with who he's going to vote for. I'm going to ask him the question that everybody's dying to know.
Which is?
Are you voting for Blackburn or Fritz? I'm going to ask him today.
Because he's going to vote today? Is that what's happening?
He's going to vote today.
You're going to ask him if he's going to vote for...
Only the tough questions. No softballs.
If he were like a roll with it kind of a guy, which I think that he is, he'll say, I'm not sure. I'll know when I get into the voting booth.
I think he'd be like, it's ABB all day. Anybody but Blackburn.
You know what you could ask him? You could say, John, every rose has its thorn. Which is yours?
I don't think you should say that.
I might actually, just because it's funny, I might record scratch after because it's going to be the top of the hour, so I have like the little music intro.
Yeah.
I might record scratch
Yeah.
and then come in with every rose has its thorn. But I'm not going to tell him. I won't. I'll just,
You're not gonna tell him?
I'll keep it completely dry. Like I won't react to it.
Do you know
I'll
what you
see what he says.
Do you know what you need to do? You need to play him the Mark Pody rock jingle and say, why don't you have a jingle like this?
Why? Yeah. Why haven't you done it?
It's exactly right. A forward-thinking politician would have had a jingle like Mark Pody. It's so dumb. All right, are we done? I think we're done.
We're definitely getting there, Dan.
Are we DUN done? All right, very good. Hey, Chris. Besides John Rose, what do you got coming up today?
So we'll talk about the biggest rhino governor in the country. I believe it's Mike DeWine. We'll talk about that up there in Ohio. He's very sad about the Haitians being deported. Apparently, he didn't know the definition of temporary. So we'll talk about that.
They were eating the dogs and the cats.
Everybody knew it. And stealing the geese, which doesn't get as publicized as much, but they were stealing the geese.
What the heck?
I know.
Do you remember that picture of the guy walking down the street with a couple of geese, one in each hand?
Yeah.
What was the... Okay, now hold on, though. That story, I remember, was taken out of context.
Oh, yeah.
Sam, help me out.
Yeah.
What was the real story?
The context was if you can catch the geese, they're free.
No, there was something like he was like a gardener or something, and the geese were already dead.
There was a whole pond where the geese used to flock to, and then all of a sudden they stopped showing up.
I think there was, if I remember right, and I don't know if we're going to have time to find it.
The Ohio Division of Wildlife and local officials clarified the photo was actually taken in Columbus, and the man was simply removing geese that had been hit by a car. There was no evidence he was an immigrant or intended to eat the birds.
He was just doing his RFK thing.
No,
he was grabbing a little roadkill, guys.
I was going to say.
There's no issue there.
It's the Haitian version of roadkill.
Honey, fire up the deep fryer at home.
Okay.
Look at these wings.
A lot of meat on this one.
We'll talk about the Haitians. We'll talk about the geese.
Okay.
We'll talk about Anthony Fauci.
You know, the geese can now breathe a lot easier now that the Haitians are being deported.
Well, the Haitians are being deported. Fauci's not running animal tests on them. There's a lot of reasons
the beagles are now
to
safe.
Celebrate to be a geese today. Plus, we'll talk about, what else are we talking about?
Do you know if they throw Anthony Fauci in jail, they should put like 50 beagles in there too and let him crap all over his cell?
Yeah.
And pee all over his cell.
That's a nice thing that the dogs could do locked in a cage with Anthony Fauci, sure.
Did you hear about the elderly woman, 77 years old? She was working on a post route. She was a postal worker.
Oh, yeah.
And she was stealing cats along the route. And they busted her, and she had stolen like 80 cats along her mail route.
Why would she steal cats?
She had a hobby.
One is the loneliest number.
What was her hobby?
Getting cats.
Maybe she was going to sell them to hungry Haitians.
All right, Joan was coming up in the news.
coming up.
I got nothing.
Yeah. Washington says goodbye to Lindsey Graham. His casket just escorted into the Capitol Rotunda. We've got more on the services for Lindsey Graham coming up here in the news at 9 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
All right. Thank you. It is 8:57. My friends at Bibi Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. They're in the middle of their back-to-school drive for kids, oddly enough, heading back to school. Now, if you want to donate, you've got your pencils, you got your pens, you got your backpacks, you got whatever. They are going to take $50 off of any service. That is huge. Very cool of Bibi. Now, what you need to do is you need to drop those school supplies off at their Lebanon location or the weekend of August 1st at the Mount Juliet Chamber of Commerce. Check out all the details at their website, busybhvac.com. That is busybhvac.com. While you're there, check out great deals on plumbing, HVAC, and indoor air quality. Plus, the Beehive Club is always a great option for keeping your HVAC maintained over the long run. So you're actually saving money by keeping your unit running at peak efficiency for maximum comfort. Find them online, busybhvac.com, busybhvac.com, 615-246-5009. $8:58, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk. Chris is next. Dan Mandis here. So many people, maybe even you, are living with cataracts, and maybe you don't even realize how much it is affecting and impacting your everyday life. Now, the good news is when you go through Dr. Horn, the fix is quick. It all begins with a personalized consultation with Dr. Horn at Vision for Life. If you've been dealing with blurry or cloudy vision, glare, or halos around lights, colors that just don't seem as bright as they used to be, these are all signs of cataracts. And for a lot of people, driving becomes difficult, even dangerous, especially at night. Some people even experience double vision in one eye. Now, this is not something that you have to live with. Cataract surgery these days, it is fast and painless, and the results can be truly life-changing. So don't wait. Call Dr. Horn at Vision for Life. Tell him Dan told you to reach out. 615-436-2020, 615-436-2020, visionforlife.com.